X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled mind. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? We feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You've seen now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. Welcome back to the stream. It is so good to see all of you. Hey there, Wingo, DeLancer, Perry Icefire, Professional Autist, Redux, Mythdetrius, Ninetails Fox 2, Ride the Rails, Green Moon 2040, Cleaver 120, Lord Rose 97, Circuit Dog, Somera, Definitely Not Alice, Borealis, Definitely Not Alice Borealis. That's bars. Not a rapper, though. I'm not a rapper. Okay? I'm not a rapper. Yes, you're orange now, Wingo. So guys, I figured out the issue with name colors in chat, and I managed to fix the name colors. That's why your name was white earlier, Perry Icefire. I was still making final tweaks to it. And it's mostly working. The only thing that is not working are the badges. But here's the thing, though. I'm kind of thinking the chat looks better without the badges. Like, they're neat and all. You know, they're cool. I like them as a symbol to represent the subs. But I kind of think the chat looks better without the badges. What do you guys think? The badges made it feel cluttered? Yeah, I feel like this goes hard. Plus, I don't know if we can do name color and badges without me doing a lot of fucking around, and I feel like getting it this well working after it's been so odd the last few months. I feel like I should leave more than well enough alone, you know? Yeah, I think it looks really clean. And I can always go back and change the colors. Like, I wonder if it would be cool to make tier 2 subs a more bright purple, you know? Because it's like a bright blue, a bright red, a bright goldish yellow, and kind of a dark purple. Like a slightly lighter purple might be better. I'm not sure, though. Let me know what you guys think. Is this particular shade of purple ideal? Tier 2 subs in chat? I forgot how bad some of the quest drop rates are in Classic WoW. As much of a pain as it seems like, you're actually gaining more XP from killing mobs when doing quests than you are from the quest turn-ins. It's a bit of a psychological trick. You don't even notice it because it's so incremental. But when a quest has you go collect 12 of a thing from mobs that have like a 10% drop chance of that thing, you always end up getting more XP from killing the mobs than you do from the quest turn-in. And on kill quests, if you're killing like more than 12 or 13 mobs, you're usually getting more XP from the mob kills, even if they're green level, than you are from the quest turn-in. So those mobs that you're grinding to get those drops are actually very worth it. And one of the things I've done that's gotten me to level 32 relatively fast, for the amount of time I've actually spent grinding the game, pretty fast. Like, what I do is, let's say there's a really contested spawn point for a bunch of mobs I need to kill for a quest. I'll just run around killing every green to yellow level mob nearby, even if I don't need them for a quest or anything, and just keep a constant trickle of XP going while I wait for the respawns on whatever I actually need. So, pretty cool. Hell yeah, Trans Daughter of Water, you got your orange name now. Huh? Need to try that? Yeah. And anytime you're walking between objectives, if you're playing Classic WoW, kill everything in your path that yields XP, particularly if they are green levels, and do green level quests. Those are some of the most efficient quests to do at any given level. So, highly recommend that that's what you do. That's my best recommendation. Dude, it's so cool being able to see who the mods are in chat now. It's so cool. Also, we added 2 new emotes. We've got, well, technically one is an old one, but it's been replaced. We've got a new Xander God emote. And, we've also got a mewing emote. And it's Dean Winchester from when he got his mugshot mewing at the camera. Yes, put your favorite mews in chat. I have been good. I've been good. That's great. Alright. Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Says, everyone thought of streaming Baldur's... everyone thought of streaming Baldur's Gate 3? I think you'd find some joy playing it. I do want to play my first ever playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 on stream, I think. I bet that would be a lot of fun. It sounds like it would be a great time. I've put off playing the game for a long time, so maybe sometime soon. It's on the list for sure. So yeah, it should be cool. I'm excited to, like, make Astarion my best bro and for you guys in chat to agonize over the fact that I never fuck him. You're like, Zed, please, romance Astarion. And I just don't. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to, but yeah. Xander Hall, how does it feel having the Glock, which is the same fun, standardized for most countries, police, military, NATO, I think is what you meant, Interpol and UN forces since the 1970s. Don't the police use SIGs now, though, to Lancer? I could have sworn that most cops are now using SIG pistols for their sidearms. I know I've seen it in a lot of body cam videos. Like you can kind of date them based on whether or not they're using a Glock or a SIG. They switched in 2023. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you can date a lot of those, like, viral police body cam videos. Like, oh, the cop's got a Glock. This is probably this is a few years ago or older. But if they've got a SIG, I mean, those probably the standard's probably more recent. Like, you just noticed that from the body cam videos. And I watch a lot of police body cam videos. That, like, I go on long-ass rabbit hole watching sessions of going, like, into those police body cam videos. It'll be, like, just cops arresting people or checking in on things, or just crazy, wild situations. I get addicted to that stuff. Yo, the Dark Canuck, thank you for the $3 Canuck dollars. The 3 Canuck dollars, thank you. Said, can we get a membership button on YouTube? There actually is one. On YouTube, if you hit the membership button, which there's a, like, become a member, I think, or it's join. I think the button's join is what you press. If you click that, then you can get like a membership or a sub, as I call them, on YouTube, and you get a little badge for it in YouTube chat. So if you're a diehard YouTube chatter, you can always do that. Not on my iPad? That's odd. You might have to scroll down past the stream. I'm not sure. It's okay, the Dark Canuck. You don't have to donate. Or get a membership or a sub. No hard feelings if your iPad doesn't let you. Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Shadowheart is the way to go for romancing. Oh no, I'm gonna be like burning orphanages to romance the drow woman, Minthara? Mithara, I think is her name is? Yeah. I think it's Mithara. Yeah, I'm definitely, I'm gonna, Zan, no! Don't join the goblins? Sorry, dude. I'm sorry. She's literally a drow with white hair. What do you expect? That's literally my first D&D character, was a drow with white hair. Getting lag on my end? I think that's just you, Ninetails Fox. I'm not seeing any frame drops on my end. Let me know, chat, if anyone else is having problems. Maybe it's just because of sickness, but the S's sound louder than everything Zan says. Well, let me know if other people hear that too, and I'll see if I can fix that off stream. I should make a list and write these things down. I got my big-ass jug. My big-ass water jug. Speaking of which, while I drink this, y'all should let me know, what's everybody drinking? What are you having for a beverage while watching stream today? Whole lot of fellow water drinkers in chat. My broke ass is wishing for Gatorade. Gatorade is great. I understand where you're coming from. I love Gatorade too. It's addictive. Once I've had a sip of it, I just chug the whole damn thing. Oh, crude oil. Fair. We've got an emote for that, actually. Yeah, in middle school, well, not even middle school, like elementary school, we'd make jokes. Originally, the joke was that drinking Gatorade would turn you into an alligator. And then eventually the joke was that drinking Gatorade would turn you gay. Oh, good times. Good times had by all. Except for the kids who were gay. I'm sure they didn't appreciate it. Gatorade is Kool-Aid with less sugar? It's got like special sauce in it or something. I don't know. Athletes drink it, okay? That means it must be good. I see ads where, like, there's a dude who's, like, all sweaty and running 1,000,000 miles is drinking it, and then he runs even more. So I'm gonna be real. I think it's legit, guys. Like, the advertisements wouldn't lie to me, right? It has electrolytes? Yeah. Yo, Trans Daughter of Water, thank you so much for the tier 1 gift sub to the Lancer. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Oh yeah, hold on. Let me open up the calculator so I can count those manually. Thank you, and I hope the Lancer appreciates the blue name. Hell yeah, thank you. Said, mods had to remove subs from our accounts, so staff icon would be much appreciated so we can still tell who's staff when staff members have subs. Yeah, Trans Daughter of Water. I'm gonna see about how I can fix that. My understanding of what the issue is... The thing is, I can't make it an account-by-account basis thing, you know? Like, if I set the moderation to prioritize, like, the moderator color to prioritize over the sub color, it does that for everyone. And that's what I've had it do here. Or I haven't had it do here, but I can. But I don't know if some people who are mods just want to have a sub color. I can set it to be such that, here, I'll do this. This should only take a second. And once the chat refreshes, it should take effect. And I should just have to do this. Hopefully this doesn't break everything, guys. Hopefully this doesn't break everything I've worked so hard to achieve with the chat colors. Good luck, guys. Let's hope it works on the other side. Save to chat. It's gonna update in a second. Alright, thank you, Trans Daughter of Water. I really appreciate it, and thank you for the suggestion. Hopefully that works. And Perry Icefire, thank you for the tier 2 sub as well. Said I needed my purple. Why the fuck did I wake up to mogging? I must purify this community. I'm sorry, but we're gonna be mewing. The mew streaks are gonna be daily now, Perry Icefire. They're gonna be daily. It hasn't refreshed yet, guys. It's gonna refresh in a second. The mew streaks are going to be pretty crazy. However, Perry Icefire, your name was only white because I was resetting the roles and the colors in chat, and so it appeared as, like, white for a second. But then it fixed itself. So if you want me to refund you the tier 2 sub, go ahead and let me know. Although your name could have just been white. That could have just been what happened. Hard to say. Oh! Guys, I think it's working now. I think that did it. Yeah, I think that did it. So if you're a moderator, your name will appear as orange, even if you're a sub. Well, now Perry Icefire is gonna be orange because Perry Icefire is a mod. See, that's the trade-off. But at least mods stand out in chat now, which is nice. We love that. All right, well, let's stop being stun locked now. Let me know if you want that charge backed, by the way. It's all right, but Xanderhall, I already pay 3 tier 2s, lol. Okay, I was just wondering. Let me know if you want it charged back. Just letting you know that you can. Thank you, I really appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Is everyone happy with the state of the chat? So true, Radiant Robin. Fellas, like the stream. If you enjoy my content and you want to support it, consider leaving a like. It's very much appreciated. I wish I were blue. Are there no more blue names? Is there anyone here who's got a tier 1 sub whose name isn't blue? Because there are definitely a lot of white names in chat right now, but it seems like everybody's working. Nah? Okay, let me know if your name color isn't working. Yeah, that dono you got mentioning Nicholas Diorio is gonna get charged back. That's fine. Yeah, I figure, like, whenever a streamer is, like, hate rating me, and I get super chats from their fans, they're probably not gonna stick around. I assume they're gonna get refunded, yeah. It is interesting, though, that, there's so little to attack me for in regards to my positions and whatnot, that the people who are dedicated to hating me right now are doing this weird, like, YouTuber gatekeeping thing. It's like... It's really bizarre. That's all I can really call it, is, like, YouTube gatekeeping. They're calling you an e-beggar? It's literally an insult that people only use against those they don't like. Like, no one is calling Ben Shapiro an e-beggar, and every one of his videos starts with demanding that you like, sub, and go subscribe to his whatever the fuck, right? Every content creator on the internet is an e-beggar. Yeah, but why are you not as rich as Ben Shapiro? True. True. That is true. Unconscionable. Grazatriton, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Lord Rose 97. You didn't say anything, but I really do appreciate it. And I'm sure Lord Rose 97 appreciates the tier 1 gifted sub. Thank you. You're so kind. Yeah, Trump is a literal e-beggar, yeah. Like, that means nothing. Panthera is a broken purple name. Okay. Alright, so the names are a little busted. Okay. Alright, guys, here's what I'll do. I'm sorry to the mods and admins who have sub status. You can always deactivate your sub, or I think even disable the name color if you want to, and you'll get your orange color. But I am going to set the priority for subs back to 100, and so hopefully in a second when the chat refreshes, everything should go back to the way it was. Trump is an e-girl? He is. He is. He's actually more shameless than your average e-girl. That is absolutely true. Oh, alright. There we go, now it's working. Panthera's purple, Bazooka Horse is red. That's what I like to see. There we go. And Perry Ice Flyer gets to be purple again. Trump is a closeted gay. No, listen, Trump is currently going through his transition with Biden right now, okay? Haven't you read the headlines? Damn, I liked the orange. I'm gonna let my sub run out then. Well, like I said, Ride the Rails, you should be able to go into your settings or whatever. You can either deactivate your sub, or you can just turn off the name color. And you can have the orange name. It's just that the sub color overrides the orange color. Everyone like the stream quick. It's not an e-begging if someone else does it for them. True! True! You see, I was just reading a chatter message, right? $5 a month. God. Anyway, Pepper T21. Speaking of $5 a month, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, I put this in the stream suggestions, but wanted to tell you, in case you don't get to it, in Japan, Tokyo is moving to a 4-day work week to fix the declining birth rate. I saw that, and I was going to cover it, but, you know, more serious topics kind of overrode it, but maybe later on in the stream, I'll decide to end up covering it as sort of a surprise topic. Thank you for the $5, though, Pepper T21. Very, very kind of you. Let me update that dono goal. I have a stressful exam period. I'm very happy Zan is streaming to keep me company. Oh, I'm happy that I'm able to entertain you and provide you a little bit of a calming effect, Johnny King. Hopefully you do well on your exam. I think you're gonna do great. You study hard and it will pay off, I promise. I feel weird right now. I'm on the verge of crying without being there emotionally, apart just from not... I don't know what's happening out of the Brit, but I hope things get better for you. Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says first Lonnie, then DJ Mule, followed by Shu, Keffels, Demon Mama, Shadow Raven Studios, and even Vosh. Nobody can stop Zan. Thank you. True. Nobody can stop me. I appreciate the $5 dues. You're so based. You're so pog. The list is even longer than that, but that's a good summary, I suppose. Zan, the yellow names got borked. Wait, did they? Oh, man. How did yellow names get borked? Really? And I don't even know how they could be. They should just be working now. Yeah, the symbols don't work anymore. They just stopped working when I refreshed it. Thank you, Fruity Magical Girl. Let's try something. This could do it. All right. This is the last thing that I can do live to try and fix that problem. If this doesn't fix it, I'm just gonna try and fix it off stream and see if I can get everything working ideally. But yeah. It should refresh in a minute, and when it does, let's see if it works. Yo, M Maximus S, 1975. Thank you for the tier 1 sub/membership over on YouTube chat. Very nice. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. You're so based. Slashy, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to E-Man. I really appreciate it. Said he followed the rules. I don't know what that's referencing, but hey, I do appreciate the $5 dues, and I hope that E-Man appreciates the free blue name. Oh. Damn, it didn't fix the yellow names. That sucks. Dang. Man, yeah, listen, now it's making it worse. We shouldn't have changed it after how it was working when stream started. I told you that I did tell you guys that if we fucked with it, it was probably gonna get worse. Damn, we had it working. We had it working. Oh. And everything's set back to exactly the way it was. It's doing this, like, tech demon thing where for no real, like, reason that makes any sense whatsoever, it's just not doing what it's supposed to do. Which tells me it's not an issue on my end, it's the site having a bug. Ah, man. If a user has multiple roles, the one with the higher priority will be their username color. You would think... If I drop that... If I drop that... If I drop that... Okay... Alright. Let's see if this works. This is the last thing I'll do live to try and fix it. Just to see. This is the last thing I have, like, in mind that could fix it. Otherwise, it's gonna be hell to try to fuck with it off stream even, because I have no clue how to get the site chat not all fucked up. Yeah, we're performing a tech exorcism right now. You gotta get the demons out. Need a little bit of holy water. Just like spritz it. Spritz some holy water on the servers that host the website. That ought to do it. Yo, to Lancer, thank you so much for the $5 donation. You're so kind. Thank you. So did you see that Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, good way of putting it, and other billionaires and companies are pushing nuclear power because of portable nuclear plants and turned against the coal industry? I've seen that. It's some good news. Thank you for the $5 reduced, Lancer. He said Bezos wrong? Well, it was spelled wrong. I read it how it was spelled, Highberry. Yeah. So only tier 1s are working now. Man. Alright. One more thing I have in mind. Might fix this. Okay. This may do it. Now I'm kind of stubborn about this shit and want it to be working before I do anything else. I'm getting a little stubborn about it. I'm making it like a point of pride to try and fix this now. God damn. Michael Moran, thank you for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. Said the power of Zan compels you. True. The power of Zan does in fact compel whatever demon is making the site all cucky. I tried something different that might work. Let's see if it works. Zan, you lack the computer mana for the issue. True. I'm Let's wait for it to. Oh, yeah. Gotta let him know. Yo. Bazooka Horse, say something if you're here. Your red name. Bazooka Horse, I need you to speak. I think I did it. If you have a sub, it overrides your moderator color. That's just gonna be how it is. But if Bazooka Horse is here and could say something, it would be massive because we'd be able to see if red names are working too. I have no clue, Perry Icefire. I didn't make it. I did not make it myself. I think I did it, guys. Let's go. Let's go. We don't know if tier 3s are working, but everything else seems to be. So I have no reason to believe that they're not. And late to stream again? No, not like terminally late. I assume blue names are working. I haven't seen any, but I assume they are. Oh no. Oh man. Okay, wait, I've got one more idea. So tier 3s, 4s. So 2 3s and 4s are working. Okay. 2 3s and 4s are working, so I'm going to try setting the priority for tier 1s to the same level as tier 3s. Or tier 2s, and see if that fixes it. I think we've almost done it. Let's hope this doesn't break it. Orange means they're a mod, not an Enderman. We are going to fix this. Good shit, Bazooka Horse. It's about to refresh again. We're going to see if this fixes blues, too. Thank you for typing, because I'll be able to see when it refreshes. Zan, quit breaking the system. I'm not breaking it. I'm fixing it. It's most useful to do it live, to be honest, because then I've got all the chatters talking. Oh no, it didn't work. Okay, so I've got another idea. Let's try upping the priority for blue to 99 now. Save to chat. Alright, it's gonna refresh again in a minute. Let's see if that does it. This is crazy. I have no idea why it's like this. Oh, yes, dude! Finally! We're back! Let's go! It'll update on the web, or hopefully it updates on website screen too. It should in a minute. But, let's go, dude. Let's fucking go. I think they're all working now. Wait, Bazooka Horse is white now. Ugh. It's like a game of hot potato, dude. It's like a literal game. It's like a puzzle. It's like one of those puzzle games where, like, you can't move one tile. It's like a fucking Rubik's Cube. I feel like I'm doing a Rubik's Cube right now. And every time it's like, oh, did we get it? Oh my god, I think I got the solution. It's like, ah, fuck, one side is like completely fucked and not even close to solved. Ah, man, this is like doing an actual Rubik's Cube right now. Okay, let's try setting tier 1 to 100 along with tier 4 and see if that does it. We will fix this. We will get it working. There's some combo of things that can be done here. I know it. That will get it back to full working order. Donald Jump. Good one. It'll refresh in a second, everyone. Yeah, what if I turned off all name colors and badges and everyone's name was white? How about that, chat? How about that? Yeah, I will not surrender to these tech demons. Red's working? Red was not working. Yeah, red isn't working. Once it refreshes, we're gonna hope red, blue, everything's working. Dude, everything's working. Guys, that's everything. I see red, I see gold, I see orange, I see blue, and I see purple. Guys, I think we did it. The combo... I found the winning combo. Guys, we won the Rubik's Cube. We beat the Rubik's Cube. Let's go. Now we touch fucking nothing. Now we touch absolutely nothing. Because everything's perfect now. Alright. I knew we could do it. I knew we could do it. Everyone just type something in chat. I just want to see chat go by quickly with everything working fine. Just type something in chat. I don't even care what. I just want to see chat go fast on my website. Obviously, I'm not referring to YouTube chat. I'm referring to website chat. If you're in YouTube chat and you don't know what I'm referring to and what this is on screen that I've been fucking with, you should come to my website. There's a link right there pinned at the top of the YouTube chat there. I've got a pinned comment. You can click that and there's a link to the website. There we go, dude. It's working. Oh no, Mexbot got muted. Or Mex guy got muted by Zanbot. Not anymore, though. I've resurrected you. Big old titties. True. Well, guys, if you are happy with the site now being fully back to normal and its functionality, we love that. The chat is now all colorful. It's like a rainbow. It's fantastic. Consider leaving a like on the stream. Be very nice. What color is your name? I don't really care if my name doesn't work because who cares, but I'll type hi in chat. Yeah, there we go. I think it's because I have a blue name. I have a blue name from a tier 1 sub that's been gifted to me, so I think that's prioritized over the little like tealish blue that my streamer role name would be, or color would be, but I don't care. I don't care. I am not touching that shit again. We got it working. Yeah, we got all the subtypes working, so if your name is white, then it's because you don't have a sub. Or moderator status. Alright. Pepper T21, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sent just a YouTube link. What's this? Day in the life of a Seattle native. Okay, this seems real. Alright. Thank you, Pepper T21. I appreciate it. And Alex Wooten, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. And appreciated. Thank you for the $5. I hope you enjoy your new blue name. Said, praise be to the Omnisaya. Who, Destiny? Is Destiny the Omnisaya? He goes by the Omniliberal, so I don't know. Are you calling me the Omnisaya? I don't know if that would be an apt description of me. But thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. Very based. Very pog. Thank you. It's a 40k reference? Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know a shitload about 40k. I dabble in 40k. I dabble in it. I played a little bit of a game of the tabletop once, and, oh. It's a lot, dude. It's a lot. It's like 10 times the commitment of a D&D session, it feels like. A game of Warhammer. It's crazy, bro. It's a lot. It's a little much. It insists upon itself. The tabletop does. Anyway, day in the life of a Seattle native.
Seattle native. After a morning of legalized shoplifting at Walmart in Bellevue with your wife's boyfriend, Rob, you hotbox your Ford Focus in the parking lot, Soundgarden on full blast. You're running late for Furry Fridays at the Queer Anarchist Hacker Collective in Capitol Hill. Soup insists you're a Fed because you don't drive a Subaru like
What game is this where you can drive around like a Google Maps of Seattle?
the rest of the crew. But what did they know? They still have their California license plates. Traffic in the Emerald City has become unbearable since all the transplants moved in. But as an expert in defensive driving, especially in the rain, you show these carpetbaggers the true meaning of the Seattle freeze. While driving down I-5...
The true meaning of the Seattle freeze. Dude, this is... this is just the highway that, like... When I told that story the other day... of when me and my mom were in the back of that Tesla Uber on the way back from her surgery, and my mom saw a Cybertruck and started shit-talking the Cybertruck driver, the people who buy Teslas, while we're sitting in the back of a Tesla getting driven back from the hospital. I'm just like, Mom, stop. Mom, just chill. I get that you're high on drugs right now that they gave you for surgery. You're on, like, painkillers and, like, coming off of anesthesia. But you gotta stop. He's gonna leave us on the side of the road. And so, funnily enough, that happened literally on this exact road, this exact stint of highway along Lake Washington. This is Lake Washington right here.
You get a call from your mom. She's asking if you're coming home for the holidays. Everyone in Yakima misses you dearly. Rob's got business down at the port and needs you to drop him off. His friend Gooch is there and is really angry, and he needs to go find out why. At least you get a chance to finally see the Space Needle for the first time, even if it's at a distance. You flee frantically to Furry Fridays just to find out you're the only cat girl in attendance. It's nothing but foxes and red pandas. You suspect the host, Pulse, might be a Zionist because she unfollowed Mac.
I love the iCarly theme because iCarly takes place in Seattle. It's great.
More last year. The party's
When you think about it, Seattle is technically the OG content creator city. iCarly, you could argue, is the first real content creator. Like Carly from iCarly, her show and like her celebrity status and the way that she operated, which was fictional at the time, is not that different from the modern day or what content creation would end up being years after the show started and like had its main run. So when you think about it, Carly was the first YouTuber, the first real YouTuber. Yeah, Carly and Sam walked so that Logan Paul could run. And then there's always some starving editor behind the camera. In that case, it's Freddy. Freddy was the first starving editor/cameraman.
Bust. You didn't even get to pee on Carl. You're so mad you tweet, Joe Biden is a war criminal. You can't believe you took a half day of PTO for this. Oh well, back to the office. You're working on some cool new drone targeting
Boeing factory. True. Dude, I swear to God, it's like half the people here in this city work for Boeing. It must actually be the real stat. Like, you could probably be like, just walk by random people and ask them how things are at the Boeing factory, and they'll just laugh if you're wrong because they'll get the joke. And if you're not wrong, they'll just tell you.
System that's sure to be a hit. Day in the life of a Seattle native after a morning of legal.
That's so real, though. That's so real. That's great. Is this true? Are there no chain restaurants in Seattle? What? I don't know if there are Olive Gardens, but there are chain restaurants.
Oh, hey, excuse me. Can I, I'm sorry to bother you. Can I ask you a question, please?
I don't have any change, okay?
I am not fucking asking you for money, man. Look at me. Does it look like I'm asking you for money? I don't need money. I apologize, look.
They're on the Puget Sound right now on the coast. It's really pretty there. There's like nice parks all along it. Super nice.
New in town, all right? I
think
just
they're in
moved
one
here
right
a couple
now.
fucking weeks ago, okay? I had to move across the fucking nation because my cousin embarrassed me so fucking badly that I had to go this fucking far away. But that's neither here nor there. The point is I've been in the city now 2 fucking weeks. I've been walking up and down it the whole fucking time, and I can't find your goddamn Olive Garden. Can you please tell me where your fucking Olive Garden is? Because I can't find it for the fucking life of me.
This is me trying to find Miami Cuban subs. Like Miami Cuban sandwiches. In Seattle. Yeah, this is me. It's also me trying to find, like, East Coast Chinese food as well. It's very different here, and I don't like it.
What? Olive Garden?
Yeah, you know where you hear your family, the family restaurant, the Olive Garden, the Garden of Olives. I haven't seen my fucking family in a very long time because I haven't found a fucking Olive Garden. I've walked every fucking neighborhood in this fucking city. I don't even know where the fuck I ended up, and I can't find your Olive Garden. Where are you fucking hiding this fucking place?
We don't have one of those.
Excuse me?
We don't have an Olive Garden.
Are you fucking kidding me? You don't have a fucking
guess we
Olive Garden?
don't.
What fucking kind of piece of shit fucking city is this? You don't have a fucking Olive Garden. How can there be a fucking city in existence that does not have an Olive Garden? What the fuck am I hearing here? Where fucking am I? Am I in the Phantom Zone? What the fuck is this?
I think there's one in Linwood.
Who's Wood?
Linwood.
Where the fuck is that?
It's about, like, 45 minutes north.
I gotta go 45 minutes out of my fucking way to get some unlimited breadsticks? What the fuck are you telling me here? What the fuck kind of fucking place is this? Is it the fucking negative zone? What kind of fucking piece of shit place is this? What kind of rat fucking bastard designs a place without a fucking goddamn fucking Olive Garden, you fucking piece of shit?
I gotta go. I gotta go to work.
Okay, I'm sorry. Look, do you know...
My actual reaction to finding out you can't get Miami Cuban sandwiches here. Like, actually, though. I need a pressed Miami Cuban, and I need one now, chat. It's been too damn long. Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Seattle freeze? Try Wisconsin freeze, lol. Oh, the Seattle freeze doesn't reference temperature. It references how, like, antisocial people here are. When you say hi to them, they freeze up. It's really funny. They're like deer in headlights. They don't expect you to be nice, friendly, and, like, outgoing. This is like the most city there is. Everyone is like super reserved and minding their own business. And so you just walk by and say, good afternoon. They're like, good afternoon. They're here. It's so great because everyone's so socially anxious. It feels like that they're the ones who say you too, you know, like, Like, I feel like when the pizza guy comes to deliver me pizza and he says, enjoy your pizza, and I say, thanks, he'd be like, I'd say, thanks for the pizza. He'd go, you too. That's how, like, bad at social interaction Seattleites are. It's great. Really does a good job of inflating your own social skill. Has Zan gotten a Sonic Adventure 2 yet? I have not copped it just yet, but I will be playing through it soon. I gotta beat Subnautica first. I was expecting a similar atmosphere in Portland, but I've been pleasantly surprised. Portland was pretty nice. People were pretty outgoing and sociable in Portland when I passed through there. I thought Portland was nice. A lot of brick buildings, which I quite like. It's an old-ass city. A lot of old buildings. Same here, but there's a lot more modern buildings. than there are old buildings here, so you don't get the same exact feeling. But Portland's got a very cool vibe and aesthetic. It was super cool to go through. Out of the Brit, thank you for the $2 super, or not $2 super chat, the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Let me know how many months that is, just in case I undercredit you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to assume it's a $10 one, though, for now. Says, I got this mostly for the purple, the best color. I am also a dopamine-seeking narcissist. Yes, you must have the purple name to feed into the dopamine. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $10 redos. And then Ali Senjad, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Very kind of you. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. Let me know how many months that is so I don't undercredit you, but thank you very much. Didn't say anything, but very much appreciated. 3 months because dollar conversion? Ah, okay. 3-monther. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. You are so based, you are so pog, and very appreciated. All right, guys. Let's get to it, huh? All right. You know what? Let's start with the big headline. Why not? Let's start with the big headline. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. The Assad regime in Syria, backed by Russia, has fallen. That was the big news yesterday, late in the afternoon. I considered covering it when it was breaking news, but I'm very glad that I didn't, because to be completely honest with you guys, I don't know, or I should say I didn't know, a whole lot about Syria and the state of affairs there. I was very aware of the entire conflict that went down with the Kurdish genocide, like the Kurdish people getting genocided. I've heard about how like there are certain presences of like terrorist groups and whatnot, but not a whole lot. And so I figured I'll wait until tomorrow. I'll let some more reputable news outlets cover the big breaking news, get the videos and the statements all gathered together, and I'll spend the night and next morning doing some research about the state of affairs in Syria. And oh boy, this is a massive L for Putin. You see, Bashar al-Assad, I believe I pronounced his name right, was the president of Syria. And he was backed by Russia. He was basically propped up by Russia. And while Trump and the US and even Biden have mostly wanted to keep their hands kind of clean of any involvement with what's going on there, there's been a 13-year-long civil war going on in Syria. Now, the rebel groups that have been revolting against the Russian-backed government have changed names, faces, leadership, associations quite a lot. But through that time, up until recently, to be clear, while the rebel group has been a lesser evil than the Assad regime, I would not necessarily call these rebel groups good. They are the good guys here, at least as far as I can tell based on the research I've been doing, but they are not necessarily flatly good. Now, there have been some conflicting reports about the associations of these rebel groups. It's a confederacy of rebel groups. But the thing is, it's so many different people, so many different parties and organizations in Syria that have been opposed to the Assad regime for a variety of reasons and for a long time. More recently, the amount of support that the civil war has escalated to the point where apparently about a week ago is when Aleppo was taken by these rebels, and apparently they moved all the way up north, or all the way down south to Damascus, where the capital is, and had absolutely no resistance. Apparently they didn't have to fire any rounds. There were no civilians or even like government forces stopping them, because apparently even the government-backed forces and law enforcement and military were not willing to stand behind the Assad regime once the rebels started rolling in. And so the people welcomed them, more or less. The military didn't try to stop them. The police didn't try to stop them. Apparently the police and military abandoned their tanks and uniforms to let the rebels through. There was just no desire to resist against this overthrow. And it just goes to show how little support and popularity there was for the Assad regime, that he couldn't even use like force in order to like quell this rebellion. And you can tell that lately there's been such a drop in support that they were now just able to stroll in. They couldn't have done this 10 years ago. They couldn't have done this 5 years ago. This is a more recent development that this has been possible. And the world is quite stunned right now at these developments. But hey, like I said before, this is a massive L for Putin as well. This kind of ties back to the discussion we're going to have a little later in the stream about Ukraine. I do plan to do a Ukraine segment later. And yeah, this is a pretty big L for Putin to take. A kind of a silver lining to all of the really bad news we've been getting lately. Unfortunately, a lot of that bad news has been to the benefit of Putin and the Russian oligarchy. So here, I'm accepting the good news when I see it. I have reservations, that's for sure. I'm hoping the new leadership is a significant improvement upon the old leadership. That's my hope. So yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the more recent news. Apparently, this is a video that shows rebels escorting Syria's prime minister out of office as the Assad regime falls. This is basically going over like the developments of the last 2 days as the country starts to build up a new government.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning, I'm Victor Blackwell.
Good to be with you. I'm Amara Walker. There's major breaking news in Syria as we are coming to air this morning. A lightning-fast rebel offensive ending 50 years of authoritarian rule in Syria just overnight. Rebel forces say Syrian leader Bashar al-Assad fled Damascus as they took control of the capital, and he has not been seen since this morning.
Yeah, he's gone. Assad just dipped. He just dipped out. He left. He recognized that Damascus was going to fall. It was going to be captured, and that he needed to bug out. And so he did. I don't even know if we've gotten news as to where he is. Him and his family are in Moscow now? Thank you, Jarek Mitchell. You were on top of that. God damn. So yeah, they fled to Russia. Of course. They fled to Russia. Honestly, that would have been my guess had I not immediately gotten an answer from chat. Yep. So at least we know where they are now.
You hear it there. The news met with celebration across Syria and beyond. The gunfire there in celebration is...
Mind you, this conflict and the rule of Assad has been the reason for a substantial amount of the Syrian migrant crisis. The refugee crisis, I should say. The refugees. I think it's Spain and Turkey and Greece, correct me if I'm wrong, have taken in the majority of Syrian refugees, along with Italy has too. I think the U.S. has as well taken in a lot as well, also. But there's been a massive refugee crisis due to the instability and the turmoil that has been going down for the last 13 years in Syria. And hopefully now that can start to wind down. People can be like, oh, we don't need to flee our country. Like, obviously, I think you should take in refugees, obviously. I'm not against, like, taking in refugees, but ideally, the circumstances that create refugees wouldn't be happening in the first place, right? Like, that's I think this is a step towards a slightly better world. At least I hope. Maybe I'm being optimistic, but, you know, we've taken a lot of steps back in the last month or so, and I'm a little bit eager to see a step forward.
Rebel supporters cheered in the streets, and they tore down monuments to the Assad family. We have new video in this morning. It shows rebels escorting Syria's prime minister reportedly to a hotel to officially hand over government authority. Shortly before that, the prime minister released this message. He said he was ready to work with new leadership.
We are ready to cooperate with any leadership the people choose, offering all possible support to ensure a smooth and systematic transition of government functions.
Do you think the Confederation of Rebel Groups will hold an election? Like a fully legitimate democratic election to decide who will be the new president? Or do you think they won't even have a president? Like, I don't even know what sort of government they might go for. The reason Assad fled to Russia was because all the other Muslim countries were ready to turn him into the rebels? Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, there's been a lot of accusations of these rebel groups working with radical Islam groups, like radical Islam terror groups. Though I do think that there, more recently, has been tenuous connections. So let's hope nothing crazy ends up going down.
Serving state facilities.
The prime minister said this happened very quickly, with rebels sweeping through the country since launching the offensive last week. And they claim to have captured 4 cities in a single day before reaching Damascus. And now the rebels are questioning Syrian military officers and others trying to find Bashar al-Assad. Rebels are questioning in a single day.
For reference, about 6 days ago, Aleppo fell. And then they rode south. I'm pretty sure they went through these 3 cities. No resistance. Worked their way down south. They probably didn't go through these mountains. They probably went around. And then they made it to Damascus, the capital, and it fell. They captured Aleppo, traveled all the way to Damascus, and captured it in 6 days. It's fucking crazy, dude. That's crazy shit.
Before reaching Damascus. And now the rebels are questioning Syrian military officers and others trying to find Bashar al-Assad. Even they made it here, you can see, inside his palace. We begin our team coverage with CNN Chief International.
The rebels were trained by NATO and the Arab League? Okay, so pretty legit training, but they didn't need it. There was no resistance. Like, Aleppo, I don't know how much resistance there was in Aleppo. I haven't dug super deep into that, but I know that getting to Damascus, there was very little. Well, really none.
National anchor Christian Amanpour, who is live in Doha. Christian, to you, with this rapid advance and overthrow, as we welcome in a new audience at the top of the hour, just set the context for us, what this means for the Syrian people, for the larger region, and, you know, some of those questions that we'll have to wait to get answers to.
Indeed, Victor. So the Turkish foreign minister has just finished a press conference in which he said, "We woke up this morning to a totally new Syria. The Assad regime has fallen. It's over." This wasn't just 50 years of dictatorial rule. It was one family rule that had a lock on Syria for the last 5 decades. And this all spiraled and started back in 2011, about 13 years ago, along with the Arab Spring, when the Syrians, young Syrians in the town of Deraa tried to, protest the Assad government. They weren't even calling him to be overthrown by that. And they just wanted democracy, freedom, the kind of things young people want. The Assad regime reacted very strongly and brutally, and that's what's launched this 13-year civil war. Now, I asked the foreign minister, where is Assad? Is he in the country? And this is what he said.
We now know he's in Russia.
Okay, apparently you don't have that. Apparently you don't have the soundbite, but
even CNN it can't find these sound bites and clips at a moment's notice because of how shit Google is now. It's even CNN is getting hit with the effect of the absolutely demolished internet infrastructure that we used to love and make such great use out of and learn so much from.
What he actually said was, I can't comment. And then under pressing from me, he said, I think he's probably now out of the country. So that is what they think. Now, Turkey is a big backer of the anti-Assad forces. Since the beginning, Turkey has been essentially with the anti-Assad forces. Now, while they're not officially taking a massive, victory lap, they're clearly not unhappy about the resolution of this crisis. The question is, who are these new leaders?
The Assad family was put in power by the USSR to counterbalance Saddam Hussein that the US put in power. Yep. Yeah, I read Wikipedia. I knew that.
Who is al-Jawlani? Is he a Democrat? He used to be aligned with Al-Qaeda. He then said they're branched off. He's trying to portray himself as somebody who can do what the Turks are calling for now, which is a national unity government, a government that respects the minorities, for instance, the Alawite minority, which supported the Assad regime.
What exactly did she mean by young people wanting democracy? 50 years ago, or like over a decade ago, when this civil war broke out, it was due to young people wanting democracy at a very high rate. This is always how it goes. Like, the youngest generations tend to be the highest rated as having like radical progressive beliefs, and it tends to eventually boil over to the point where something like this happens. Yeah. 13 years ago, the young people of Syria were pretty fed up. 13 years later, the even more young people of Syria are extra fed up, and that's how something like this goes down.
That keeps the territorial integrity of Syria. So that's for that. Now, the big picture in the region is that Iran and Russia were...
Our young people are going to the right. Young men are going to the right. Young women are going even more radically to the left. That pattern will probably continue to happen until we figure out whatever the root is of the animosity that men and women are having towards each other in younger generations.
The main Assad backers. The minute they...
I actually have a study I'm going to be doing a segment on a little later that talks about how scientifically they have proven that Republicans treat women with less charitability, and will see a perceived moral wrongdoing as more severe from a woman than a man. But conversely, Democrats have the same reaction to men, where presumed innocence is more common among Democrats when a statement is made about a woman, and presumed guilt is immediately assumed when it's about a man from Democrats. So the science does actually show, based on the study we're going to be covering later, that Republicans do hate women and Democrats do hate men. Huh, that's really interesting. Yep. And I think that's probably a big part of why these two lines are diverging so heavily, where young men are veering off into radical conservative, young women are veering off into more radical progressivism. It's because men and progressive women are always more likely to be progressive, men were always more likely to be conservative, but now that's being sort of lit aflame and made worse by this gender war shit and this political bias. So men are feeling broadly like they're oppressed by the left, and women obviously feel oppressed by the right. And so it's just continuing to drive a wedge.
They saw Aleppo and the others falling over the last week. They pulled back their support. Iran has been moving its troops and its foot soldiers on the ground out of Syria, and the Russians are saying we no longer support Assad, but the Russians are still there because they have a warm water port on the Mediterranean there. So now, all these regional governments, the regional nations, and including the United States, are trying to figure out what is the best way forward for Syria. It's clearly a changed situation, with Iran weakened after the Israeli attacks, with Iran weakened after the degradation of Hezbollah, with Russia weakened because of the war in Ukraine, and none of these big...
I don't like the guy who's firing his AK at at a obtuse angle to the ground. I'm not big on that. You're supposed to fire it straight up if you're gonna do that. Because if you hit an angle like that, it's just you're arcing a bullet at a not terminal, well, yeah, a terminal velocity, that's for sure, off into the distance to hit God knows who or what. But if you shoot it straight up into the air, that's the thing, it has to be straight up into the air. It's not going to kill anyone on the way down, because it has to go up, lose momentum, and then fall down. And, you know, falling will not get a bullet, like, going fast enough to really hurt someone when it falls. So I don't like the guy here who's shooting off into the distance like that, unless there's just a mountain off to the side we can't see here. But this guy shooting almost straight up in the air is doing it mostly right. He doesn't want to get bopped on the head? Maybe. But I don't want anyone else to get bopped in the head way worse.
With Russia weakened because of the war in Ukraine, and none of these big backers who for 13 years had invested in Assad against the people of Syria, none of these backers are willing to go out on a limb for him. So it's a new...
One of those shitty fucking European... Or actually, no, I think these are really popular in, like, Asian countries, from, like, the Philippines to China, Japan. These little trucks are really popular, and they're really shitty, apparently. I hear about these a lot from friends I have that live internationally, and apparently these little trucks are super shitty. I guess they've got them in Syria. I love those. Yeah, in Japan, they're everywhere. I hear they're shit. I hear these little trucks are shit.
Are willing to go out on a limb.
I guess they're good for this, though.
So it's a new day
a lot of
in
dudes.
Syria, and we're not sure how it's going to turn out, but we're certainly going to keep watching.
Yeah, a lot of uncertainty, Christian. And if you can talk to us a little bit more about the opposition rebels led by this group HTS, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham. And in terms of, you know, again, a lot of uncertainty, but how much of this is it being seen as a positive development, given that this rebel group has ties to ISIS and al-Qaeda? I mean, it seems like there is a bit of unease because it's relatively an unknown group.
Well, I think that is the million-dollar question. You're absolutely right, Amara. Nobody quite knows how this is going to, you know, proceed. Jawlani, who is the head of this group, gave an interview to our own Jomana Karache when they were still in Aleppo. So that was days ago, before they stormed all the way up and to Damascus, taking cities rather, that, as the Turkish foreign minister, without barely a bullet being fired, like a hot knife through butter, all the way to the capital, and then it was over, because the backers did not stand behind Assad in the end. The sort of slogan of the day by everybody, whether it's the United States, whether Qatar, whether Turkey, is that it's Assad's fault. They're all saying he had a chance while this civil war was sort of on a calm boil, relatively speaking, since 2016, to create and answer the needs of the people and the demands of the people, to create national unity, to make sure that there was an actual functioning government. And the Turks said he never did it. The Qatari Prime Minister also said to me he never did it. He lost the opportunity to still be in charge of Syria, and that's been coming for several years. In terms of who this group is, I think the Turks probably know the groups the best. They're also saying
I think they're
that
destroying
this is
a
going
statue
to open
here.
up the possibility of all the Syrian refugees who've gone to
I think that's Bashar al-Assad's dad, if I'm not mistaken. A statue of his dad that they're breaking. Let me know if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's who the statue is of that they're breaking with like mallets. Yeah, I figured.
Turkey, and their millions who've gone
I forget what
to
his
Jordan,
dad's name is, though.
all sorts of places, and been held in camps for the last many years. 13 years these Syrians have been held in these, you know, camps. I mean, they're, you know, for their own sort of safety, but nonetheless they can't move out, they can't work necessarily properly, and now
Hafez al-Assad? Okay, I think it was him. I think it's a statue of him that they're breaking there.
They'll be allowed to go back, he hopes. Again, I'm sorry, we're going to have to wait and see. You're right, Jawlani was allied with al-Qaeda and ISIS. He then said, as he was preparing, you could see now in retrospect, preparing to take the reins, kept saying, well, we've broken with al-Qaeda. We're a different group. We've changed the name of our group. They denounce ISIS as well. the United States, even President-elect Trump said, we don't have a dog in this fight. We're not getting involved in their civil war. But
of course,
we will, and certainly the current administration in the U.S. saying if ISIS tries to take advantage, they will do what they've done in the past, which is presumably use airstrikes or the rest against ISIS. We'll wait to see. One thing, very interestingly, the Turkish foreign minister put the U.S. on notice that their Kurdish and other anti-Assad groups, who they have relied on for the last...
Dude, this is such a big week for Dylan Burns. Holy shit. This is crazy. I love that they're looting his palaces, like, lol, like, hell yeah, get it, Lamau? Yeah, go ahead and melt all that gold down into like, for the Federal Reserve of Syria or whatever. Who cares? Make it Syria's money now. It belongs to the people. That's their treasure.
13 or so years will not be tolerated. Any Kurdish group that...
Xanderhall, also, the rebels are anti-Iran because Iran helped back Assad back in 2016. That's actually a really good point. I was wondering earlier as well if this unexpected change is going to... this might be a massive game changer in regards to, like, stability and terror throughout the Middle East. And of course, when it comes to, like, keeping our enemies and our adversaries in check, right? Like, Iran now has another country to worry about. That's not necessarily on our side. Like, we don't know if this rebel regime is going to be on our side, but they're not going to be pro-Iran. And that benefits us. That benefits, well, most of the Western world, really.
That has any links to the PKK, which is the Kurdish group that the Turks call terrorists, will not be tolerated, and the Turkish government, of course, will not work with them. So, one of the big questions I have to say, and the United States has not successfully or convincingly answered this, nor has anybody in this region, how did this happen with apparently nobody being prepared for it? As surprised as we are, so are all these other countries, which begs the question of leadership from all quarters, as this region is in turmoil ever since, and especially since October 7th of a year ago.
Yeah, and we, of course, are getting the first glimpse of the U.S. Philosophy, at least from the president-elect, Donald Trump, who says that the U.S. should not get involved.
I love how, like, nobody cares about what Biden's response is going to be. Like, we've yet to mention Biden. We've mentioned Trump twice, and he's not president yet. I get it, but also, like, we have a currently sitting president, right? Who's not Trump. Just a reminder.
This is not the U.S.'s fight. We're going to go to our correspondent in Washington in a moment to hear what President Biden's administration believes about what is changing there in Syria. But for now, Chris.
Yeah, at the end, we'll get to Biden, but for now, we want to hear what Trump thinks of all this. Yeah, we got to hear Trump's take. Trump's got a very valuable opinion on all of this, I'm sure. Though, to be fair, it does matter because, he's going to be president, but I genuinely don't think Trump could point to Iran on a map. I don't think he could. I don't think he could point to Iran and be like, yeah, those are the guys that we're dealing with. They're a problem. There it is. That's Iran. I don't think he could. How are we going to deal with Iran when he can't point to it on a map? He couldn't. Trump's the God King, though. Don't you remember? True. I forgot. Trump is the God King. How could I question him? Of course. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate that. Anyway, if you guys enjoyed this segment, if you found it entertaining, educational, or enjoyable, then please consider leaving a like or thumbs up whenever or however you're watching the stream. Whether you're watching this when it goes out as its own segment on YouTube or watching live, consider leaving a thumbs up. It really does help a lot, as do comments as well. In fact, comment down below what long-term effects on the state of world peace this overthrowing of the Assad regime is going to have. I imagine most of you are as optimistic as I, but I'd be curious to see if anyone has any reservations or concerns and hear what they are. So comment them down below. The comments also help the channel immensely. And of course, subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload new videos, because if you don't, of course they will not. And if you want to see more from me on other platforms, be sure not to forget to follow me on my social medias, linked down below in the description, especially including my Blue Sky and my Discord server, as those are the main hub and pillars of my fan base and community. And if you don't want to miss anything, you definitely want to go there. I also, tonight, will be hosting a watch party in my Discord server in the Xander's Theater section. So if you guys want to watch some Walking Dead with me and the rest of the group, then consider hopping in. It's open to everybody who's in the Discord, so I highly recommend you consider joining. Link in the description. And finally, if you want to support me directly, financially, help me keep the lights on, a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then consider donating, subscribing, gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. But with all that said, regardless of how you support me, thank you so much for watching, and as always, have a good one. There we go. How'd y'all like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Do you have a nickname for your followers? The Xanderholics. I worry for a Hotline Miami 2 type ending to all of this, so just keep an eye out for rooster masks. I have not played Hotline Miami, so I don't know what that's a reference to, but absolutely. God damn, guys. The new video upload about Nick Fuentes going to jail is doing quite well. It's got 21,700 views in 6 hours. Love to see it. Thank you guys so much for the support. Y'all have been dropping on the channel lately. It really does mean a lot. Thank you, thank you. In fact, I should update the dono goal. Although I do need to count this one too. Reaganator, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. I hope you enjoy your blue name. Said, thanks for your work, Zan. I was wondering what your current queue of games is. I'm very excited for the Cyberpunk playthrough. Again, thanks for being cool, Zan. Okay, so here's my current queue. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really do appreciate it. Here's my current, list as I'm looking into it. Right now, I want to finish Subnautica. After Subnautica, as promised, I am going to be streaming Sonic Adventure 2. I may end up doing that on Christmas, though. I'm wondering if, because since I'm not doing 12 Days of Xanmas this year, I wonder if my Christmas Eve and day streams should be my playing of Sonic Adventure 2. Because I feel like that's an appropriately, special event, holiday thing, you know what I mean? So we're going to be doing that after I beat Subnautica, so I have until then to beat it, which puts me on a timer. And then, of course, after Sonic Adventure 2, I think then I need to finish Fallout New Vegas. I need to finish up Fallout New Vegas, and then after that, I'll have beaten all the games that I've already, started or promised I would play. And from there, I might take a break from, hardcore, completion-focused games, and I might stream, a little bit of WoW once or twice, just to chill out and talk to chat. And I might stream some Minecraft, just to have, a persistent world going. Hard to say. I might throw in something. But then after that, I'm thinking, man, I want to play through Cyberpunk when I've got a new PC. The game is so gorgeous, and it's, settings can be maxed out so high. I want to play that when I've got, a brand new PC. I want to have, a magnum opus gaming PC before I play and stream that. We need to finish Destroy All Humans 2, absolutely. Yeah, I do need to finish that, I remember that. So yeah, it'd be fun to watch you play Stardew if you're still playing that. Yeah, I have been playing Stardew. My main game well, not on, but off stream has been classic WoW, though. I'm level 32, and I want to hit max level before the raids drop. And obviously, once I've hit max level, I'll have a lot less grinding to do. Because I just have to wait for the raids and whatnot. I've not finished Fallout New Vegas yet. We will be, though. God, guys, while I was in the shower today, I was like, maybe I should try stretching. maybe it'll help my fucked up neck because it was all stiff, and I ended up really like fucking up my ribs. Which, if you guys don't know, I likely have separated ribs or at least damaged tissue between the ribs, and so they're nice and sore right now. They don't feel good, and they were feeling great until I did that. So gotta wait until those feel better again. Just try to keep low mobility like the doctor told me to. I shouldn't have tried stretching. My doctor told me, be low mobility. Let your ribs heal. I need to finish Far Cry 5, but I'd IDK if I should fully complete it, or just wait until I go on to New Game Plus. Hard to say. Any OSRS players in the community? Not me, but I'm sure there's at least some. A rib cast will help, or... Oh, I don't want to be in a cast, bro. Full body cast. Oh, I hate the thought of it. Oh, I don't like thinking about injured ribs. It's one of the things that gets to me. You know what I mean? Oh, not a lot of things get to me when it comes to, like, injuries or whatever, but ribs, Reaganator, though. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Very kind. And Pog of you to donate. Thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast to reflect your generosity. Get a sip of water, and then it's time for another segment. Oh, what's up, Hunter? Assuming that is your real new channel. Hunter Avalone has a lot of trolls, so someone coming into chat that's not on his account claiming to be him could very well be a troll. And Hunter would understand why I'd have that reservation. People are deranged about him, and they would do that. I'm gonna look like Squidward from that one episode. Oh, you're mewing? Mewing.
Imagine this.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is Hunter. Hell yeah. Hey, what's up, Hunter? I'll drop a sub. Listen, I had to make sure. You've got deranged haters. Alright? I never want to have someone coming in, pretend to be another YouTuber, say some crazy shit, they end up being a troll. I hold it against that other YouTuber. Man, that'd be embarrassing. It would be. Thanks, man. Absolutely. Here, I'll go ahead and toss you, I'll toss you the mod status over on the chat. So you got a little wrench. A little wrencherino. Glad I'm not good enough to get dedicated trolls. Oh, when you have dedicated, like, anti-fans like that, that's when you know you've made it. That is one huge jug of water? Yeah, I like my big jugs. What can I say? Less to carry. I low-key actually need to start mewing because my upper jaw is fucked now. I don't know if mewing actually does anything. I think it's just a silly incel thing that I do ironically. Goddamn incels. What happened to Pastor Dave or whatever his name was? Was it Dave? Pastor Dan. I think it was Dan. I forgot what happened to him. I think he just dipped out. Pastor Dean. Yeah, I think he just dipped out. I think he's just gone. I think he got bored of trying to trigger me and realized it wasn't going to happen, and so he gave up. I think he called it quits. He was just getting bullied every time he came into chat, so I don't really blame him. Mewing only works when you're young? Oh, good point. Maybe, alright. If you're a parent out there, make sure your kids mew for 1 hour a day, and they never break their mew streak. They'll thank you when they get older. Zan, when are we getting another chud pet for chat? I don't know. We'll get another class pet eventually, I'm sure. One will join that'll be so ridiculous that we'll keep them around. For sure. Okay. Got my 1-month-old mewing? That's what I like to hear. You gotta start him young. Gotta start him young. So they learn the form. I'm actually teaching parents how to infect their kids with brain rot at the youngest possible age. Actual evil scheme. Alright. Let me bring up this next segment really fast. You're doing it, YouTube. You're loading so well.
President-elect.
Whoa. Chill out. Don't spoil it. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, guys, this just came out like 6 hours ago. This is fresh off the presses. Apparently, NBC just did an exclusive interview with Donald Trump. We're not going to be able to watch all of it because it is an hour and 16 minutes long. It is a sitting down in-person interview where Donald Trump talks about his plans for day one and beyond in the White House. We are getting from the horse's asshole exactly what his plans are and what he intends to do. I don't really know what else to lead in with here. I mean, I'm surprised he took this interview, to be honest, but let's go ahead and watch. I don't know why, but it feels so goofy that we can see Trump's socks. I don't know why. It feels like you shouldn't be able to. Like, I feel like... I get that he's sitting, but I feel like he should have longer pant legs. Maybe I'm wrong, though.
President-elect Donald Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here. You are the first president since Grover Cleveland to win non-consecutive terms. Republicans now have control of the House and the Senate.
Right.
What do you
Damn, she seems oddly happy about that.
plan to accomplish in your first 100 days in office?
Well, we're going to do something with the border, and very strong, very powerful. That'll be our first signal, and a first signal to America.
God damn it. You would think he'd, like, have an actual thing to say about what they're going to do with the border. Like, even saying we're going to shut down the border, as nothing of a sentiment as that is, realistically, he still has nothing. But I guess he's gotten this far off no policy, really, so... His policies are slogans. You know what? I have noted... Who called this out? Someone called this out, and I don't know who it was, but it was actually a really good analysis that I saw recently. I wish I knew who I'd heard say it. But every Republican Trump policy is a slogan. Like, they don't have policies, they have slogans. And their slogans are so straightforward that they're like thought-terminating. People turn their brains off and immediately accept them because the slogan sounds so great. America first, make America great again. Make China pay for it, build the wall. These are slogans that sound like policies that make Trump supporters and people who've heard the slogans that, of course, will be likely to agree with them because they're so reductive. It makes them feel like they're informed on what Trump's policies are, when in reality they're just behind a bunch of slogans, empty, hollow slogans.
That we're not playing games. We have people coming in by the millions, as you know, and a lot of people shouldn't be here. Most of them shouldn't be here, but we have jails being emptied into our country. We have mental institutions from all over the world being emptied into our country. So we'll be doing that. We're going to
Not true, obviously, but he's president now, so who cares?
be extending within that period, or as soon as we can, the Trump tax cuts, because, you know, they're coming due and they're very substantial for people, and it would be very, I think it will.
Which people? Which people are going to get those substantial Trump tax cuts? Is it going to be the millionaires and billionaires who have been receiving lowered taxes after you signed that into law 8 years ago? It's about to expire, and if you don't re-sign that, then they're going to have to pay more taxes? You mean the millionaires and billionaires that literally backed your election this time because they want to pay less taxes?
Will anger a lot of people, frankly, if we don't get an extension of that. That's what led us to one of the greatest economies ever.
He's talking about literally that. It's going to anger a lot of people if we don't get an extension of that. Wow, he just outright said it. And now, of course, he attributes the great economy to how few taxes billionaires were paying during his presidency. Mind you, let me just show you the actual economy. Hold on. U.S. GDP per year. The GDP isn't the most perfect demonstration of, like, the state of the economy, but it is actually a pretty good, it does a pretty good job of showing us how things go. Let me see if I can find a good representation. Here we go. All right, so this chart is from the American Enterprise Institute, and so here it is. So if you go back to the 2008 financial crisis, you can see, we took a pretty big dip. And then Obama went into office, and, obviously we just started rising and rising and rising. Trump took office. We continued to rise from Obama's policies and Obama's general, positive direction the economy went in. Not to mention recessions and the state of, inflation, whatnot, are often a global phenomenon that affects many countries, and it's more about how an administration responds to these things than them causing it, right? Like, these prices are not caused by the president. But here you'll notice a massive recession. And this, not the biggest recession we've ever had, but a pretty big recession, especially in the last, near 80 years. This was due to COVID. This was Trump's handling of things, and it got even worsened by the war in Ukraine from Russia invading. But you'll notice Trump basically just took credit for Obama's upward trajectory, tanked the economy, blamed it all on Biden, and is now, best case scenario, the economy continues on the trajectory it's been on for the next 4 years, and it gets back to where it was towards the end of his previous presidency within the next 4 years, and Trump gets to take credit for supposedly healing the economy. Though, to be clear, the overwhelming majority of economic experts are preparing for a massive economic crash due to Trump's policies, both in terms of taxes, tariffs, everything. He is going to crash the world's economy with his policy.
And those two things are going to be very vital, very important. We're going to be focusing on crime in the cities, and we'll work with Democrat governors. Most of them are, as you know, if you look at the 25 worst places, they're just about all Democrat-controlled cities and states. And we're going to be working with Democrat governors and Democrat mayors, and I look forward to doing it. But we have to do something about crime, and mostly in our cities. And we're going to have a lot of other things. We'll be working on nominations. We're going to still be working on some nominations. I think they're going very well.
Was the reason why I showed that chart was to demonstrate to you, it's crazy that it's happening again, trickle-down economics was this promise that if you enrich the wealthy, if you continue to enrich the wealthy, the benefits will trickle down to the working class. That led to the biggest recession we'd had in a long time. It was massive in 2007. And obviously it peaked in 2008, so we call it the 2008 recession, but it started in 2007. Obama takes office, repairs the economy. Trump somehow manages to take office off of anti-establishment populism. A populism that is anti-establishment against an establishment that had created the strongest economy ever at the time. Goes for Trump. Trump nukes the economy like Bush did. They elect a Democrat. The Democrat repairs the economy. And then they elect now the same Republican who nuked it 4 years ago. And it's just the American people genuinely learn nothing. We have to remember, Americans are stupid. Don't let anybody tell you that's not true. Americans are stupid, and when we engage in our rhetoric, we need to remember we are not speaking or persuading smart, reasonable, or empathetic, morally adjusted people. We are messaging towards morally maladjusted, narcissistic, stupid, gullible, and extremely cocky, like the high ego people. That is the average American. Americans are very special little snowflakes.
We have, for the most part, I think they're going extremely well. It looks like Peter's doing well now. I mean, people were a little bit concerned. He's a young guy with a tremendous track record, actually. He went to Princeton and went to Harvard. He was a good student at both, but he loves the military, and I think people are starting to see it. So we'll be working on his nomination along with a lot of others.
We are going to delve into your nominations, but since you bring him up, do you still have confidence in Pete Hegseth?
Yes, I do. I really do. He's a very smart guy. I've known him through Fox, but I've known him.
I need to look into that guy because I don't know a shit ton about that dude. But I'm guessing that anybody that Trump is putting in charge of our military is going to be shit. He's going to put a lot of like anti-establishment populist, like anti-military industrial complex, quote unquote, type people in charge. He's a white supremacist. He's really bad. That's what I'd assume. Doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
For a long time, and he's basically.
Oh, he's pro-torture. So is he more in the other direction? He might be like he might be more of a war hawk on the opposite side of that.
Particularly a military guy. I mean, every time I talk to him, all he wants to talk about is the military. He's a military guy. I used to kid him about it. I didn't think it would be in this position.
Okay, maybe he is a war hawk.
He may be. Hopefully, will be Secretary of Defense. But every time I was with him, he was fighting for soldiers, where he said some soldier was unjustly put in prison because.
Was he the one who said he'd be okay with using the military on U.S. citizens? Yeah, he's literally like he is the guy who Trump said he wanted when he said he wanted generals and military officials like Hitler had. He didn't know that they tried to kill Hitler, but this is what he meant when he said that.
They were really doing what they were taught to do.
He loves the military. He loves it. He should be in charge of it. He loves it so much.
In some cases. So, yeah, I think he's going to do fine.
The fact that there are these allegations against him, misconduct, sexual misconduct, heavy drinking, the fact that he said to some senators reportedly he'll stop drinking if he gets this job, does that worry you?
No, I think that everybody has something that they can stop. Some people can stop eating. I'm lucky I'm not.
What? Why is he so retarded? Why is he so retarded? Guys, at least we get to laugh about the fact that we have a genuine, like, card-carrying retard in office again who just cannot string together an intelligent sentence to save his life. An absolute dunce. It is kind of funny. It's entertaining.
I'm not a drinker, but I could stop eating. And we all want to stop doing something. And if he said that, I mean, that's a nice thing to say. That's a good thing to say. But he's
a good thing to
very
say.
Respected. I can tell you, I know a lot of the people at Fox.
What? Trump, you are a businessman. How have you not learned the rule of being comfortable with silence? You don't need to fill every dead air moment with words, bro. Just let the silence hang for a second and think of what you want to say next. It doesn't have to be a verbal diarrhea flow, bro.
They think he's fantastic. And the people that work with him, really, they love him. So I think you're going to have somebody that's really terrific. And again, all he talked about with me, I said, you're not really a television guy, even though he did very well, as you know. You're really a military guy. He said, I'm all about the military. And I told him, so he's making a lot of money at Fox. They're doing very well. And I said, if for some reason you don't get this thing, you're not going to be able to go back. And all that money you're making, you can kiss it goodbye. He said, this is all about America. He didn't say, well, let me think about it. Let me discuss it. That's a very big, risky thing he's doing. When he goes and he says,
I will say a conservative who isn't fighting for money and actually believes in that shit and gains power is a scary thing. Arguably scary than like a hollow money-seeking grifter.
I'm going to give up, millions of dollars in order to possibly become the Secretary of Defense. A lot of people would say it's a great position. It's probably almost no greater position, but a lot of people would say, I have to think about it. He said, I don't have to think about it.
All right, we're going to delve into your cabinet picks a little bit later, but I want to delve into one of your signature promises on the campaign trail, which was to end inflation, to lower prices. You are now proposing tariffs against the United States' three biggest trading partners. Economists of all stripes say that ultimately
Mexico, Canada, China, like 25% tariffs. I think he threatened 100% tariffs as well. which is just literally insane. Like, holy fuck, will the American people find out from fucking around fast if he actually does that 100% tariff thing he threatened?
Consumers pay the price of tariffs.
I don't believe
Can
it.
you guarantee American families won't pay more?
I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee tomorrow. But I can.
What? Just lie! You're Trump. Just lie and say, yes, I can. They don't know what they're talking about. They just don't know. It's gonna work. They're gonna pay America. They're gonna pay 25% of the sale price to America. China's gonna pay for it. Canada's gonna pay for it. Mexico's gonna pay for it. Why not just say that?
I can say that if you look at just pre-COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And
pre-COVID, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're technically, yeah. Yeah, those Obama-era policies that had America on an upward trend consistently without any dips since Obama took office did in fact continue until while Trump was president, everything tanked due to his poor handling of COVID. Yes, that did. The economy did crash under Trump.
And I had a lot of tariffs on a lot of different countries, but in particular China. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars, and we had no inflation.
We took in hundreds of billions of dollars and had no inflation. We did have inflation on those products that were tariffed, by the way. The tariffs were far, far lower than what Trump is promising. The lowest tariffs that Trump has threatened are twice as much as what Trump was tariffing in his first term.
Handed it over. They didn't have inflation for a year and a half. They went almost 2 years just based on...
Mind you, Trump's tariff policies were bad in 2016. There were economic experts coming out to warn of the negative effects of Trump's tariffing policy that he has had. This has been his only real economic policy, has been tariffs since 2015 when he announced his running. This is nothing new. Absolutely nothing new. There have been economists and experts calling out his economic policy as being downright destructive since his first run.
On what I had created, and then they created inflation with energy and with spending too much. So I think we will, I'm a big believer.
Trump's lie, like what Trump is promising is so optimistic for the American people. Americans just have to fool themselves into thinking it could be possible. Does he understand how tariffs work? I honestly don't know. I just think he's lying to the American people that he knows are stupid and don't understand economics in order to get them on board with something that they'll be in favor of, even if they don't understand it.
Believer in tariffs. I think tariffs are the most beautiful word. I think they're beautiful. It's going to make us rich.
Beautiful word.
We're subsidizing Canada to the tune of over $100 billion a year. We're subsidizing Mexico for almost...
we're subsidizing Mexico and can't... Subsidizing Canada... $100 billion a year US. He's confusing subsidizing with running a trade deficit. Yep, it's the trade deficit he's talking about. Once again, trade deficit and owing a debt or like giving money to a country are not the same thing. Trump doesn't understand what a trade deficit is or how it can be leveraged in the world of world trade. He's demonstrated this lack of understanding once again since 2015 when he announced his run. His supporters have also demonstrated this exact same misunderstanding that deficits are the same as a debt or that or a subsidization or a payout to another country, and this lack of understanding of tariffs. Trump is the guy who runs on being the money-smart businessman who literally understands economics the worst of any president we've ever had.
Almost $300 billion. We shouldn't be subsidizing. Why are we subsidizing these countries? If we're going to subsidize them, let it become a state.
Not the same.
We're subsidizing Mexico, and we're subsidizing Canada, and we're subsidizing many countries all over the world. And all I want to do is I want to have a level, fast, but fair playing field.
Sir, your previous tariffs during your first administration cost Americans some...
Why not just correct him? She's going to correct him here, but why not correct him on all the things he said there that are wrong? Does she not know that we do not, in fact, subsidize Canada $100 billion a year, that it's, in fact, a trade deficit? And then why does she not then explain what a trade deficit actually is? This is the failing of people in the media who have the opportunity. Trump supporters are going to watch this. They'll always listen and watch to something that Trump is on and saying and doing. They're his cult. This is your opportunity to inform in a way that most of them will never get the opportunity to again inform them on what Trump's policies will actually do. Though I do like what she is about to say.
Sir, your previous tariffs during your first administration cost Americans some $80 billion. And now you have major companies from Walmart, Black & Decker, AutoZone saying that any tariffs are going to force them to drive up prices for their consumers. How do you make sure that these CEOs, that these companies don't, in fact, pass on the cost of tariffs to their consumers?
They cost Americans nothing. They made a great economy for us. They also...
No answer. All the companies are saying, like, oh yeah, we're right, we're gonna have to raise prices due to these tariffs. They won't do it, they're lying.
Solve another problem. If we were going to have problems having to do with wars and having to do with other things, tariffs, I have stopped wars with tariffs by saying you...
He can't talk about anything and sound intelligent or like he knows what he's talking about. I need to run for president, dude. Literally anyone can do it, clearly.
You guys want to fight, it's great, but both of you are going to pay tariffs to the United States at 100%. And they have many purposes, tariffs, if properly used. I don't say you use them like a madman. I say properly used. But it didn't cost this country anything. It made this country money, and we never really got the chance to go all out because we had to fight COVID in the last part. And we did it very successfully. And when I handed it over to Biden, the stock market was higher than what it was just previous to COVID coming in.
No, it wasn't. No. The stock market is not a good measure of the economy's health. We literally had to get stimulus checks that you refused to let happen unless you signed your name on them, so Americans would think that you were the one personally sending out the checks.
It's actually higher. Tariffs are properly used, are very powerful.
The economy was so bad at the end of Trump's term that he lost massively to Biden. The elections are based on vibes. The people did not like Trump's economy, so they voted for Biden. And now the people don't like Biden's economy, so they're voting for Trump. They're not going to like Trump's economy in 4 years, I promise.
Powerful tool, not only economically, but also for getting other things outside of economics.
Well, again, prices did go up on some goods in your first administration, washing machines, tires. Will you punish CEOs?
Let me just explain to you. No, you mentioned washing machines. So you look at Whirlpool in Ohio. I got a call from Jim Jordan, one of the greats, congressman from...
Okay, I'm guessing he's going to talk about domestic manufacturing. Here's the thing about domestic manufacturing. The hope from Americans is that this is going to, even if it does make things more expensive here, maybe that forces these companies to manufacture American, which would bring jobs to America. It would also mean that things get cheaper in America because they would you wouldn't have to pay for the tax on the imports anymore. But the problem with that is, if you start bringing manufacturing here, you still have to do tariffs. You still have to pay a marked up price due to tariffs. The U.S. does not have the resources necessary to support an entire manufacturing industry for the entire country's population on our soil or on soil that we own. We import a shitload of raw materials. Those raw materials in the world of economics are called inputs. Trump is also promising to tariff foreign inputs. If we want to bring manufacturing back to the U.S., you're going to have to import raw materials for that manufacturing. Steel, lumber, things like that. Silicon, I don't know, just the shit that comes from other countries that you can't just source from our land. And so those things, those inputs are also going to be tariffed. So even if we bring the manufacturing to the U.S., I'm sure that would have some good benefits. We won't. We won't. It'll still be cheaper to manufacture overseas, so we won't have that manufacturing here. But even if we did, the inputs would just get tariffed. And the already existing U.S. manufacturing is getting tariffed. Trump has promised an at least 25% tariff on Chinese inputs. We get a lot of, I think, steel from China. So steel in particular is going to get tariffed at 25 to possibly 100%, Trump has threatened. So, let's say that what a rural company, whatever washing machine manufacturer in Idaho or Ohio he's referencing, they're going to have to pay a tax on inputs for their manufacturing, and they're going to have to pass that price down to the consumer here. It doesn't matter how you go about it. If you tariff these things, the people have to pay more. And Trump wanting to do way more tariffs means we're going to have to pay way more.
From Ohio. And he said, they're going out of business because South Korea and China are dumping washing machines into our country. And I put a 50% tariff on the washing machines coming in from China and South Korea. And Whirlpool and the companies that made washing machines, which are based in Ohio, largely based in Ohio, went through the roof. We saved thousands of jobs, tens of thousands of jobs. They were all going out of business because they were dumping washing machines. And when I put the tariffs on, they became successful businesses. No, it didn't. Not only didn't it cost people, it made our country stronger and more powerful, and it kept jobs.
But how do you make sure
they became more successful because they started charging more?
Or that consumers don't wind up paying more? Will you punish CEOs who try to pass the cost of tariffs on to their customers?
Well, the market's going to take care of it. I mean, actually, the market takes care of it. And if it doesn't, we adjust it somewhat. But in the case of Whirlpool,
trust me, guys, this has never, ever, ever gone wrong. The market will take care of it. Trust. The market never fails the American people, ever. It always goes well.
Pool, or let's say companies that made washing machines, they were all being put out of business by the dumping from, in particular, South Korea and China. And when I put the tariffs on, very substantial tariffs, although peanuts compared to what people do to us, what countries do to us, it became a very, very powerful success.
What are they doing to us, Trump? Because I don't think we're getting substantially tariffed by many countries. It's not usually all that good for competition. In the market. Tariffing is bad for competition, mind you. Like, it's not good for competition. Like, at least if we're talking about, like, the American consumer having the option of, like, a better or cheaper product that was manufactured or sold by an overseas company. Like, it doesn't help there be more options for consumers.
Successful company. Now, let's say I didn't do the tariffs. It would have gone out of business. You would have lost tens of thousands of jobs, and you don't include that in your equation. No, they make a lot of money.
But you don't include that in the equation? I'm sorry. Is there some, like, imaginary, non-counted cases like this that don't... Dude, these are overwhelming... The overwhelming majority of economists have gathered the data to come to this conclusion. He hates data. Republicans hate data. MAGA hates data. It's why it's all, like, fake statistics like 20 million illegal immigrants in America and shit like that, or 25 million illegal immigrants. That's one of their, like, when they do bring up data points, they're always lies. I love Googling the data points these people tout because they're always lies. It's always a minimum of doubling any number that they want to make sound bad. The actual number of illegal immigrants in America is around 11 million. The official number from the Trump campaign, though, and only the Trump campaign, is 25 million. And his supporters, you'll often hear, I'm sure some of you heard your uncle or grandpa say it at the Thanksgiving dinner table this year, they say 25 million. More than twice the actual number.
I'll go a step further. Tariffs are going to make our country rich. Tariffs are going to help us pay off $35 trillion.
It's just all hollow promises that sound so good that if you're an American, you will turn off that brain and you'll vote for this guy because this needs to be true. It's too good not to be true.
$1 in debt. Tariffs are going to make our country safe because China, as an example, doesn't want to play games with us if we're going to do tariffs on them. They don't want to play games. And we have a lot of games being played on us right now.
Well, I think that takes me to my next question. Yeah. Are you actually going to impose these tariffs or are they a negotiating tactic?
Well, I'll give you an example. With Canada, and in particular Mexico, we have millions of people pouring into our country. You agree with that. I spoke with both. I spoke with Justin Trudeau. In fact, he flew to Mar-a-Lago within about 15 seconds after the call. And he was at Mar-a-Lago. We were having dinner talking about it. I said, you have to close up your borders because they're coming in the northern border too a lot. Not like the southern border, but they're coming in the Canadian border a lot. And drugs are pouring in. Almost as importantly, drugs are pouring in, maybe more importantly, drugs are pouring in at levels never seen before.
I think Trump is claiming that Canada needs to close its borders because immigrants are coming from America or from, like, South America through Mexico into America and then into Canada too, is what he's claiming. So he's going to try to convince, I guess, Trudeau to go Canadian nationalist. I don't even know.
10 times what we had. They're just pouring in. We can't have open borders. And I said to the president of Mexico and to Justin Trudeau, if it doesn't stop, I'm going to put tariffs on your country at about 25%. That's a very substantial tariff.
He's saying that Canadians are illegally immigrating here. Okay. So he's going full retard. All right.
And in both cases, but in the case where it was really visible, within 10 minutes after that phone call, we noticed that the people coming across the border, the southern border, having to do with Mexico, they were at a trickle. Just a trickle. It was, in fact, I called the border. See, unlike my opponent, I do call the border a lot. And I said, how's the border looking today? They said, there's nobody.
Hey, I got to illegally immigrate to America, eh? I gotta escape all this free health care and polite people and lack of gun violence. Gotta get out of here.
Here, they couldn't believe it. The military stopped these vast groups of people. You know, we call them caravans. But they had caravans of people, and they largely stopped them. Now, they're going to have to continue that, but if they don't continue, and the other thing I told them is no more drugs, and I told that to China, too. I had to deal with President Xi. Had the election been different, I'm going to be very nice, because we don't have to get into an argument over 2020, but had the
He's like, whether or not the election was rigged in 2020 is what he's referring to. He still can't take the L on 2020 loss to Biden. The most people by a lot to have ever voted for a candidate in history voted for Biden. The highest turnout for any candidate ever, and by a ton. Really wild stuff.
Election been different. The result been different. We would have had China giving the maximum penalty, which is the penalty of death, to people that sent fentanyl into this country. But Biden didn't, unfortunately, finish that discussion up. I had an agreement with President Xi, who I got along with very well. We've had communication as recently as this week. And I had communication with him where they were going to give the death penalty to anybody sending drugs into the United States.
This week you had that conversation.
Not that conversation, but I had other conversations. Okay. But in the past, I've had that conversation.
Let me ask you about another aspect of the economy, sir, the minimum wage. The federal minimum wage has been $7.25 since 2009. There are 20 states.
I'm going to guess he will not raise the minimum wage, and he won't need to, is what he's going to claim, because everyone's going to make so much more money, and there's going to be so much less taxes.
That still have the federal minimum wage at $7.25, and I actually have a map. 19 of these states actually voted for you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see it right here. I don't know if you remember this, but during the debate in 2020, I asked you if you would raise the minimum wage. You said you would consider it. And so my question for you is, now that you are going back to the White House, for these 19 states that voted for you, are you going to raise the federal minimum wage?
It's a very low number. I will agree. It's a very low number. Let me give you the downside, though. Yeah. In California, they raised it up to a very high number. And your restaurants are going out of business all over the place. The population is shrinking. It's had a very negative...
No, it's not. California is gaining population. What are you talking about, dude? It's the biggest California's economy alone is bigger than the economy of France, okay? The reason why California had to raise their minimum wage so high is because cost of living in California is so high. Like, if you do not raise the minimum wage there, no one has enough money to live there. No one has enough money to buy things there, to go to the restaurants. Everything in California is expensive. And the closer to a city you are, the worse it is. And I mean everything. Not just LA and San Diego and San Francisco. Anything in a city in California is like $1,000 more expensive than it would be in most of the rest of the country. And so, yeah, wages have to be higher to meet that.
Impact. But there is a level at which you could do it, absolutely. Yeah.
What is that level?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. I can say this. You have a lot of businesses that are open and thriving because of the lower minimum wage. If you raise it too much and you
Yeah, California's population is shrinking, but billions of people are entering illegally. Yep.
Understand this. If California went crazy, they went crazy. And people, the restaurants are closing all over. Many more people are hurt.
So I hear you saying, similarly to sort of what you said in 2020, will you consider it? Is this something you're going to look at?
I'd want to speak to the governors. And the other thing that's very complicated about minimum wages is...
Well, just like in 2016, he's going to consider it, guys. He's going to consider raising that minimum wage. That's right, Americans. You definitely voted for the guy that's going to be best for your income, best interests, and survivability economically. You did great, guys. This is totally not going to go awfully for you. And we're totally not going to laugh whenever y'all are like, how could this possibly happen? We're totally not going to laugh at you when you're bitching about Trump.
Places are so different. Mississippi and Alabama and great places are very different than New York or California. I mean, in terms of the cost of living and other things. So it would be nice to have just a minimum wage for the whole country, but it wouldn't work because you have places where it's very inexpensive to live, where a minimum wage...
He's right here. he is correct here. There are places where a lower minimum wage are acceptable because cost of living is lower, and it would probably be worse for the local economy to have a higher minimum wage. An actual smart statement from Trump. Holy shit. Something he actually seems to know what he's talking about in regards to. He's actually saying a correct thing here.
Living and other things. So it would be nice to have just a minimum wage for the whole country, but it wouldn't work because you have places where it's very inexpensive to live, where a minimum wage, which is at $8 or $9, might be, might have very little effect because the cost of living in certain places is really low.
Before we move on.
Holy shit. I'm not joking when I say this. That is the first time I have ever heard Trump talk about something and he actually knew what he was talking about. I don't know where he heard that. He must have repeated it from somewhere, like he heard it somewhere, and it actually stuck. But he actually said a smart thing. That is correct. There are tons of places around the country where a higher minimum wage would not be necessary. It could even be detrimental to the local economy. And there are places where a higher minimum wage is necessary, and it would be beneficial to the economy. It can't be one national flat minimum wage. Even the left agrees on this, because you need to adjust it based on location. He actually said a smart thing, or a correct thing, I should say. That, you know what? My mind has been blown today. I am thoroughly surprised, befuddled, and blown away. Genuinely. I never expected that I would get to hear Trump talk about anything and actually sound like he knows what he's talking about and not just trying to fill the air with nonsense. That's wild. Crazy. Anyway, guys, if you enjoyed this segment, if you found it entertaining, educational, or enjoyable, then please consider leaving a like. Every thumbs up, no matter when, where, or what you're leaving it on, helps to boost my content and the algorithm, as do comments combined with likes, one of the best things you can do for the channel. Leave a comment down below if you think that Trump's actually going to follow through on these tariffs, or if he won't. I'm curious to see what you guys think. If we're going to experience the massive economic turmoil that economists are predicting, should Trump actually go through with this? Do you think he's going to do it? Do you think it's just a thing he's running on? Hard to say. He might not go through with it. He might immediately drop it once he's taken office. We'll see. But until then, I'm curious to read what your comments are. Not to mention, though, if you want to see more from me on YouTube, make sure to subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already, so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload new videos. And of course, be sure to follow my social medias, which are linked down below in the description as well, if you want to see more from me on other platforms, including my Blue Sky and my Discord server. In fact, after stream today, I'm going to be hosting a watch party in my Discord server of The Walking Dead. We're going to watch 3 more episodes. It's going to be a great time. We're going to chill out in the Zan's Theater voice chat. So I hope that you guys consider joining and hopping on in there after we finish up segments and wrap up stream. And finally, if you want to support me directly financially, help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying some Xander Hall merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching as always, and have a good one. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Good segue there, Xander. Hopefully Trump supporters finally open their eyes. Can only hope. We can only hope. Mr. Krabs, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I really appreciate that. Said, Trump is going to screw/hurt the GOP with the tariffs. Very possibly so. And then Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $5 dues. I really appreciate it. Said, kind of funny that you somewhat called it when they switched out Biden for Kamala. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I actually argued that Kamala would overperform because obviously we couldn't know how well Biden would do. I guess the best way we could tell how well Biden would do is if, like, Kamala overperforms. That would probably mean that Biden had a good chance and we weren't really worried about anything serious. But I don't know if I see Kamala losing as a sign that Biden would have lost harder. Especially when you consider that, like, she underperformed compared to Biden in 2020 by so much. It's hard to say whether or not Kamala's failure is a sign that, like, the incumbent administration was fucked from the get-go and we would have lost either way, or if a lot of it was the fact that, to be fair, the way Kamala became the candidate was unpopular. Particularly among, like, unaffiliated voters and Republicans who might have switched over to voting Dem this time around. A lot of them did not like the, as they saw it, anti-democratic process of ousting the properly nominated Biden, who won the primary, in exchange for someone who was not elected. Just like Bernie Lasai. I mean, Bernie wasn't, like ousted by anything. Like, Bernie just lost. What do you mean, just like Bernie? Bernie lost the nomination. Fair and square. I know. It sucks to accept, but there was no rigging happening during the primaries with Bernie. He just, despite how good his policy is, how good of a person he is, he failed among Democrats. I think it was just a lot of it was at the time. No, Bernie did not lose undemocratically. He didn't. If you can send an actual reputable source on the claim that Bernie did not lose, or that Bernie lost undemocratically, that it was rigged against him, legitimately so, then I'll entertain it. But I have yet to see anything. It's not just hollow anti-DNC rhetoric from, like, lefties about how Bernie was cheated. Bernie should have worked with Hillary, might have given her the seat. It's true, in 2016, or maybe it was 2015. I think it was 2016. Bernie lost the nomination to Hillary and refused to endorse or concede to Hillary for months, which polarized a lot of Bernie bros against Hillary Clinton, and they didn't vote at all, and a lot of them even voted for Trump. Oh, believe me, Logan Gonzalez Patton, there was a lot of claims of the 2019 nomination or primary being rigged because Bernie lost. Bernie was out. Provide any evidence. Y'all can say that as much as you like in chat. Provide me a link or any evidence or shut up, okay? Like I said, I will entertain it if you guys can provide some info, but I keep hearing this as a talking point, and no one can substantiate it to me. And I'm getting kind of pissed off because I want it to be true. I want it to be true that Bernie would totally have won, but he was just cheated out of it. I want that to be true and to be able to be like, oh, they fucked Bernie. I want to be able to say that, but no one can substantiate it to me, and it's actually upsetting to me now. Like it's been years of people saying this to me, and no one can substantiate it. And I refuse to parrot it without actual evidence for that claim. Wasn't there an anti-Bernie bias in the media? Yeah, but that's not the same as a rigged election. I didn't call things rigged against Biden, despite the media being, like, constantly against Biden. That's not a rigged democratic process. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Ninetales Fox. I'm not going off on you. I wanted Bernie to win, but he simply didn't, unfortunately. Yeah. And I don't even know if it was, like, because his policy is not popular enough. It probably just had to do with, like, the people not perceiving Bernie the right way. I'm hoping that when AOC runs, inevitably one day, she will be president. One day, she will run and she will be president. I bet, clip me now, AOC will be president one day. It's gonna happen. I think when she runs, she's going to have much the same rhetoric of Bernie, and particularly because it'll be a different time and probably a more progressive time when that happens. I think there is a good chance that the same rhetoric that could not win Bernie the nomination sweeps AOC the nomination. IMO, the DNC chose her before the primaries and threw money at her. Money talks and the money wins elections. The youth are hardcore on AOC's side. AOC received votes from Trump supporters in her district, like, overwhelmingly. The fact is that, like, the same reasons that people voted for Trump, people were willing to vote for AOC, or at least they were willing to see AOC as, like, an outsider in the same way that they see Trump as. What is AOC? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from New York. She is, I think, the most popular politician in the world. The most well-liked politician in the world. 392 Mar, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you. Says, as senior supply chain analyst, this entire interview makes me want to explode. He doesn't understand what tariffs are. I'm gonna have to make a YouTube video explaining this. Hell yeah, 392 Mar. You should link it in chat once it's made. We can watch it on stream. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Let me update that dono goal really fast to reflect you guys' generosity. Alright guys, really quickly, I'm going to take a quick break to use the restroom, empty up my bladder, but don't worry, I will be right back. I've got more topics for us to cover when I return, so don't go anywhere. We're just getting started with this stream, so I hope that upon my return from the bathroom, y'all are still here. Stay tuned, I'll BRB. My favorite little Mew-aholics. My never Mew streak breaking amazing fans. I have returned. And I am here to reward your loyalty and generosity. Waiting for me as I was away with more content. We got some good stuff to talk about. Yo! Larry Quartowitz, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Said, yo, Xanderhall, I found your channel recently, and now you're one of my favorite progressive commentators, along with Pacman and Luke Beasley. Keep up the good work. I really appreciate that. That means so much. Thank you. Crazy to be compared to such large figures, to be honest. What is that water-like effect behind him? I've got these things called aurora lights. If you look up aurora light, like the aurora borealis, on Amazon, you'll find ones exactly like it. I've got like really cheap ones that are like, one of them already burned out and died after a year. So they like, I don't recommend the ones I got. They were like $40 for 2 of them. But they'll last a year or two. You can buy more expensive ones that are nicer and will last longer and are even brighter. So they'll be more clear even when you've got lights on. But they're called Aurora lights. They're pretty cool. I like them way better than like the traditional static streamer light. I think this is dope. Aurora Borealis at this time of day, in this time of the year, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen. May I see it? Zan, you are my favorite content creator, followed by Westside Tyler, Dylan Burns, and Shark300. Not specifically in that order, just kind of nebulously. Although you are still my top favorite. I love to hear it. Thank you, TSW the Shadow Wolf. Thank you so much for the kind words. Too bad we can see that ancient ceiling fixture light. Yeah, this is a pretty old house. My lease ends in like April. Maybe I'll move. If I can find like an equally nice and cheaper or on price place, then I'll probably move. But I don't know whether or not I'm gonna renew or find like a nicer place, because this house is pretty old and it's not like bad, but I don't like old houses because they make noises, to be completely honest with you. And I'm a paranoid bastard. And I know that there are people out there that absolutely want to kill me, and I won't lie. I've lost count of the amount of times I've gotten up and cleared my house with my gun because I heard a noise. I've done this a lot, dude. Like, my AC kicks on, I'm like, I think that was just the heater. But it sounded like a creak upstairs. So I'm gonna go check just so I can chill out and not like be paranoid. Is it haunted? Have you ever seen something? No haunting-like stuff. Nothing like that. Just noises that, like, I'm paranoid about people. Like, especially in Seattle, like, people identify a house they think is empty, and they, like, get their buddies together with guns, they kick down the door, and they go for that shit. I think there's a video, it's on YouTube, I'm pretty sure, so I'm sure I should be able to show it. My actual fear is something like this happening. Yeah, this video. I'm worried about something like this happening. This is the kind of shit I listen for when I think I hear a noise.
Neighbor that I was talking with tells me it was like a war zone. Gunfire erupting, bullets flying all over the place. In a stroke of luck, nobody was actually injured, but police badly want to find the 3 guys that are responsible.
Seattle police? It's ridiculous. It's like we're 30 minutes from Seattle. I don't know. Anyone with a brain would know that Seattle police don't work here.
The neighbors tell me they didn't seem to be the sharpest tools in the shed, even trying to hop a fence, knocking it down in the process. Right by the place that kids typically play.
From the video, there are some pretty chunky dudes, so I'm sure they try to climb it. It's an old rickety fence, so it probably broke right away.
Regardless of their prowess or lack thereof, they did do some serious damage. Today, workers were putting in a new door while the homeowners looked on. Declined to talk on camera, but telling me their dog alerted them to the would-be intruders, which gave them time to grab a gun.
That's why I always got that thing on me, guys. It's always close by when I'm in my house. I'm never gonna have to, like, run to it. You know? It's always close enough to grab if, like, I'm always strapped, yeah. I will never be caught lacking. Never.
That shot,
I won't let it happen.
Sending the men scattering.
Luckily, no one was injured, so this was a non-injury shooting, thankfully, and the homeowner defended.
Yeah, no one got hurt, so I think I can just show the raw video, because no one gets shot in it. Okay. Raw. Okay, I should just be able to show this video, because no one actually got hurt. They just got scared away by the gunshots.
Seattle police!
They're pretending to be cops. See, guns don't kill people. They protect you from people with bigger guns. This is usual hood shit? No, it's not really, Perry Ice Fire. Like, that's just like a really, like, borderline in the forest little neighborhood about 45 minutes outside of Seattle. So it doesn't really matter where you are. Like, you could just get your house fucking robbed, dude. It could happen. And, like, usually, like, if you're not a drug dealer or something, you're less likely to get your house robbed or something, even if you live in, like, a shitty neighborhood. But, man, here in Seattle, apparently they don't discriminate. If people think that your house is empty, they'll try and rob that shit. And I don't have a car. So my house looks like it's empty all the time. Like, I would be a target for robbery. And so, yeah, I got that thing on me all the time. Have you shot anyone yet? No, Caleb. No, I've not shot anyone. Nor have I ever brushed the muzzle of a firearm in the direction of a living person. Ever in my life. I've never muzzle flagged anyone. I've never, or muzzle swiped anyone. I've never, shot anybody. Obviously. I would not be here streaming right now if I had, presumably. I'd be, like, fighting for my life in court. I mean, like, no, it was self-defense. I swear. Apparently you can own a grenade in America with the correct paperwork. Is that true? Yeah, probably. Lame, you should shoot more people. No. Alright. Do you have one of those signs saying there's nothing in here is worth being shot for? That would be a good sign, but I don't want to scare, like, nice old people walking their dog as they go by and stuff. Like, yeah, I think I'm fine. I think we're fine. Alright. Oh, another person saying Bernie was ousted by the DNC without a single link or reputable source to back it up. You guys realize I've, like, Googled that line, like, Bernie ousted by DNC, to try to find, like, any actual reputable source that, like, claims there was some fuckery behind the scenes or whatever. Like, just link something, dude. I'm not gonna take your word for it. It's not gonna happen. You have to prove this point that you want me to believe. That's how it works. I'm not a moron. You have to actually prove this to me. I'm not Hassan. I'm not just going to say what you guys want me to say is true. I have to know there's, like, some truth to it first. I really want a grenade now. I'm going to apply for that permit. Based, TSW the Shadow Wolf. Based. Alright. Let me bring up the next segment. Yeah, maybe if I repeat it enough, it'll become real. Yo, hi Very, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that as well. So kind of you. Thank you, thank you. It says, living in Saginaw for most of my life, I had to learn how to sleep hearing gunshots. Yeah, that fucking sucks. I'll say that when I had a place in Renton for a while, I was on the second floor so I could open my windows at night and not really worry about going to sleep. You need a ladder to get up to my window. But I would fall asleep, and you could, almost every night, you could hear gunshots off in the distance. Renton is, not a friendly place. Not a friendly place by any means. Thank you for the $5, though, Hi Very. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Man, I genuinely can't believe that this is how things are turning out in South Korea. Somehow, President Yoon, it might hold on to power in the long term. According to fresh off the presses headlines, he has survived, narrowly survived, the impeachment vote. He is there to stay for now. This is all the while the government is, or not the government, the people are revolting against this guy. We might see a repeat of what happened in Syria in the coming days in South Korea. They might oust him by force at this point. Like, things are not going to calm down now. This is just going to light the powder keg off way more than it was already. Like, look at all these people protesting, for starters. Holy shit.
Tens of thousands outside South Korea's parliament and scores more inside.
There's easily 100,000 people in the street there. Like, counting the people who weren't even on camera, easily 100,000.
Enraged. Screaming collaborators at government MP.
For reference, like, the biggest stadiums in the world hold like 80,000 max. That gives you some reference on like how many people are out on that street protesting.
As they walked out of the assembly moments before a vote to impeach President Yoon Suk-yeol, dooming it before it began.
성립되지 않았음을 선포합니다.
The boycott leaving the motion a handful of votes short.
세계 각국이 주시하고 있습니다. 이토록 중대한 국가적 사안에 대해 투표조차 이루어지지 않은 것은 매우 유감입니다.
It was in this very building where soldiers had clashed with politicians on Wednesday after President Yoon's martial law declaration.
This is going to get fucking crazy, dude. Like, I would not have predicted this. I was of the opinion he was just going to get impeached and someone else would rise to power in his place and South Korea would like return to some level of normalcy pretty fast. But no. Things are only going to get crazier, and they're only going to get worse. Yeah, South Korea is now in its crash-out era. Christ. For those that don't know why there's so much instability and unease in South Korea, I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar with Squid Game and Parasite, some of the biggest like cultural phenomenon media pieces to come out in recent years. Those are both South Korean show and movie, and they are both about the insane class disparity that exists in South Korea. In South Korea, if you're if you're rich and successful and wealthy, you are going to live a very nice life. It's very nice to be rich, successful, and wealthy in South Korea. But if you are not one of the 18% of people who get accepted to one of the like 3 or 4 like state-sponsored universities in the country, you can basically kiss any hope of a financially stable future goodbye. You have to be one of the 18% accepted to those schools. You have to graduate, you have to get a degree, and then you have a chance of escaping literal poverty. State-sponsored, like endorsed? No, like literally they are the country's like schools. I think it's let me look it up. I can tell you the names of them. South Korea's major higher education institutions. I think it's the Seoul National University, Yonsei University, Sejong University, and Sungkyukwon University. I'm pretty sure if you don't graduate from one of those, like, 4, or I think it's Seoul National University, Korea University, and Yonsei University. Those are the 3. Those are the big 3 that if you didn't graduate from one of those 3, and they've got like an acceptance rate of 18 or 19%, if you don't graduate or get accepted to one of those 3, you're fucked. You're gonna live in like comically bad poverty. And so yeah, the people there are not happy about the leadership. They're not happy about this.
And it was members of all parties who defied the troops in voting together to overrule the decree. So those at what were exuberant rallies watching the vote unfold were left with crushing disappointment.
계엄령 선포를 해서 이렇게 저희 민주주의를 처참하게 망가뜨리는 윤석열이
They should represent the people, not the president. And we are very angry. We are very upset. We are not going to back down until he is impeached.
It is.
They're not. I believe them. They're not. This dude's going to get, like, ousted by force by the people. I'm calling it now. This shit is only going to get more heated.
The mea culpa yesterday, Yoon said it was up to his party to decide his future. Today, their leaders admitted he'd lost the public support, obtaining an agreement for him to step down.
대한민국의 치안과 안보 등의 우려를 표하고 있습니다. 질서 있는 퇴진으로 혼란을 최소화하여 국민과 국제적인 불안감을 해소하고 민생과 국격을 회복시키겠습니다.
While the timeline is yet to be determined, Yoon will lose his influence over decision-making, enjoying power in name only. The recriminations are expanding. Kim Yong-hyun, Yoon's defense minister, who ordered soldiers into parliament.
On the bright side, like, the whole government is against him at this point right now because they don't want to lose public support. So he really is just a president in name only right now. He's gotten, like, a completely antagonistic people and government that he has to work with. And that's assuming he doesn't get ousted in, like, a week from now. By force, by the people. Maybe with military support.
Parliament was this morning arrested, his officers raided. The opposition wants the president...
I feel like if I was a South Korean and just heard the news about Syria, I'd feel pretty motivated and inspired, you know? I feel like I'd be like, you know what? Let's make sure someone gets 2 nickels. It's gonna be weird that it happened twice in the same week.
To join him behind bars after impeachment failed.
국민 여러분, 말씀하시는 대로 포기하지 않겠습니다. 반드시 이기겠습니다.
The thousands who continue to brave the cold of Seoul's streets share that belief. Naveen Razik, SBS World News.
Dude, shit is not calming down there anytime soon. There's no way they're gonna let this go. Even if he's not, like, actively leveraging power, the people are pissed.
And South Korean
president
media
is still on thin ice after martial law mayhem. Dude, it's not getting any better for him.
are reporting the arrest of Kim Yong-hyun, the defense minister, who stepped down on Wednesday in the aftermath of a chaotic imposition of martial law. It's the first arrest in connection to the debacle. Kim allegedly recommended that President Yoon Suk-yeol take the measure. The president survived an impeachment vote on Saturday, but the leader of his own party said he would be excluded from duties before eventually stepping down. Our correspondent Yena Lee spoke to protesters outside Parliament.
Saturday's impeachment bill failed to pass, and the people in the streets of Seoul are angry. We've been speaking to some of them who have been gathering outside the Parliament building, and they've been telling us that they believe if they continue to spill out onto the streets and if their number continues to grow, then the lawmakers who work inside the building behind me will have to listen to them.
And they're not wrong, actually. With this much public backlash, these politicians don't want to nuke their political careers backing, like, the most unpopular leader in South Korea's history. You know? Like, I don't think that's a political path these guys want to take. And so, yeah, this protest isn't just pressure on President Yoon, it's also pressure on all the rest of the South Korean government, who's now like, guys, I think we have to oust this dude. I like, they're gonna find out who voted no on the impeachment, and they're never, like, our political careers will be over. They're pissed, guys. Like, that realization has to be setting in.
I came because I was outraged. It's honestly unbelievable that the vote didn't even work. But in the end, I believe that he will be impeached. And until then, when I have time, I'll come out here.
예상했어요.
I was expecting it. I knew it wasn't going to end quickly. We'll have to keep on demonstrating until we achieve a Korean Spring.
My baby turns 1 this month, and it's such a shame that in his lifetime he's already had to live through something like this. I hope that by being here, I'm making sure he gets to live in a better world.
These are people who are very motivated. I don't see this calming down and everyone just packing it up and going home and everything being put to the wayside and forgotten. Like, this is just the... I actually think this is the calmest it'll ever be again until the president is ousted fully. I don't think it's going to, like, simmer down and hit a baseline for a while. I think this is, like, the final stretch of this guy's career. What a timeline, huh, Zan? I'm telling you, when we, like, whatever happened, like, I'm pretty sure 2000 was the apocalypse. We all died and went to hell, because shortly after, Al Gore lost. We have had just it. Ever since 2000, can we just all admit the world went to shit? Like, the 90s were kind of crazy. The 80s were definitely crazy. The 70s, 60s, there was some crazy shit. But, like, something happened in 2000, and every year since then, the world has only gotten fucked up in weird ways that don't feel real, you know? Your headcanon is 2012, I get that, but when you really track it back, I think we all died and went to hell in 2000, guys. I think it happened.
힘이 되었으면 좋겠습니다. Yoon Suk-yeol's attempt at imposing martial law was short-lived, but traces of it remain, as you can see here. This is one of the spots where soldiers tried to force their way in to the corridors of the National Assembly. Congressional staffers and security here managed to block them, and this was one of the many examples that showed the resilience of South Korean democracy. Another, as you can see behind me, is that parliamentary proceedings continue.
The president sent the military to try to, shut down the parliament. They met despite him demanding they don't, and so he sent the military to break in and try to do basically a J6th. Holy fuck. That's wild.
Albeit in extraordinary circumstances.
And South Korean media are reporting the arrest of Kim Yong-hyun, the defense minister, who stepped down on Wednesday in the aftermath of a chaotic imposition of martial law. It's the first arrest in connection to the debacle. Kim allegedly recommended that President Yoon Suk-yeol take the measure. The president survived an impeachment vote on Saturday, but the leader of his own party said he would be excluded from duties before eventually stepping down. Our correspondent...
So he is going to step down, like he said before. I wanted to rewatch the beginning bit there, because that was the main reason I clicked on it. So yeah, he's basically president in name only, but I don't even think that's going to be enough for the people of South Korea. I think they want him out, gone, a memory, at worst. The leader of the opposing party slept inside that building in case Yeol does something funny again. That I probably would too. I'd be afraid to leave, because what if you get sniped from a rooftop or something like that? Like, it's scary shit. He literally sent the military after the parliament to shut it down. Anyway, guys, this is going to continue to unfold in the following days. I don't even think it's going to be the following weeks. I think it's going to be the following days we're going to see a possible resolution to this whole situation. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, and I certainly hope that you guys stick around to see my continued coverage, because, I mean, this is an interesting situation. Lol Zan, did you just make a rooftop Korean joke? I guess I kind of did by accident. No, I was just saying, like, you would be worried you'd get sniped from a rooftop as a, like, leader that has the president with military support wanting to kill you or, like, stop you from doing your job. And so you'd be worried about stepping out of the building and a rooftop sniper getting you. But I guess I unintentionally did a funny joke there, Space Karen. The rooftop Koreans were like a gang, right? Like a criminal gang back in the day? I don't know much, but I know the name. I know, like, a little bit. Anyway, good memes. Shop owners? Ah, I see. So a good gang. Anyway, with that said, Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, if you found it entertaining, educational, or enlightening, then consider leaving a like. Whether you're watching live or after the fact, every single thumbs up on my videos or streams does an immense help to support the channel and boost it in the algorithm, as do comments as well. Leave a comment telling me what you think is going to happen. Do you think President Yoon is going to be fully ousted from power, Syria style, Assad style? Do you think it's going to go down? Do you think it's going to go the way of Syria, or do you think things are going to calm down? I'm genuinely curious. Let me know in the comments. Not to mention, your likes and comments boost my content in the algorithm substantially. It's totally free, and it means a lot when you do that, so thank you. And of course, subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already to turn on all notifications so that YouTube actually tells you when I go live or upload a new video if you want to see more from me, because if you don't, they won't. Follow my social medias, linked down below in the description if you haven't already and you want to see more stuff from me on other platforms, including my Blue Sky and joining my Discord server. I'm actually going to be hosting a Walking Dead watch party in the Zan's Theater VC after stream today, so make sure you join my Discord if you haven't already. Everyone is welcome to join, so make sure you join the Discord. And of course, finally, if you want to support me directly financially and help me keep the lights on and a roof above my head here at the Xander Hall studio, then please consider supporting me directly financially on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. Even if you don't donate, like, comment, or any of those things though, even if you're a lurker, thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you again. And as always, have a good one. Hell yeah, how'd you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out really good. Well, Shadow Miner, if you hit the like button twice, it unlikes the video. Like, you hit it once, you've liked it, but then if you hit it a second time, it unlikes the video, if you didn't know. I hope you guys didn't think that hitting the like button twice gives me 2 likes. You gotta odd number it. Yeah, it's always gotta be an odd number of hitting the like button, otherwise it doesn't count as a like. 1 like is plenty. That's all one account can give, is 1 like. I want North Korea's opinions. I don't know if I don't know what North Korea's take on the situation is right now. I'm sure we're going to get a statement from Kim Jong-un in no time. Me when I make 7 ults just to like Zan's vids. That is based. If you do that, then honestly, you're real. You're real. I'm hosting an open hour Jackbox game night in your server on Saturday. It'd be great if you joined. It's okay if you can't. I'll see if I can, Perry Icefire. I'll try to make time. I feel like you're constantly confusing people with extreme ADHD by saying bye in your YouTube ads. Wait, he's signing off? I get what you mean, Space Karen. If they leave, it is what it is. But, I mean, I want to do an outro segment for my videos, because those, like, there needs to be an outro for the video, and doing it live is like a good reminder and call to action that's well-paced for people who are watching if they want to donate or sub or something, but they've, you know, not thought about it, so, you know, they just need a reminder. It's a good opportunity to do that. Xana just made my first report in WoW. Someone was looking for a no girls guild and called girls annoying and bad at playing games. Sounded like a cringe person. Yeah, definitely report the cringe posters. Wait till you get to the Barons and you see Barons chat, dog. Barons chat is just unhinged. A lot of MAGA posting in the Barons chat. Oh. Oh no, yeah. Baron's chat is known for being unhinged, though. That's where you go to read the unhinged chat in WoW. You go to the Baron's chat. It is not named after Baron Trump. Baron's chat is far older than Baron Trump, for starters, and it's Barons. Like B-A-R-R-E-N-S. The Barons is a zone that is quite barren in World of Warcraft, and every zone has its own unique world chat. And so the Baron's world chat is notably unhinged. It's like iconically so. It's like, yeah, it's a bit like a 4chan chat almost. Not that bad, but yeah. So what's this about DEI infiltrating GTA 6? Is it just more psychobabble? Yes, it is, Caleb. It is. All right. All right. Yo, Andrew Zagola, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, I need to ask, Alliance or Horde? Horde. Also, for those of you guys who are wondering what we're talking about, I have started a World of Warcraft Classic 20th anniversary server guild. We have a Discord server for it and everything. So if you want to consider joining my guild in Classic World of Warcraft, mind you, these servers will be going all the way to Wrath of the Lich King. Well, actually, technically, all the way to at least Cataclysm and Mists of Pandaria. But we'll definitely be playing them all the way up to Wrath. I really want to raid in Wrath. Wrath raiding and just fighting the Lich King. Oh, man, it's going to go hard. So, these servers are literally like a couple weeks old, less than 2 weeks old. Maybe, actually, no, it's 2 weeks old. And we're at the fresh start of Vanilla WoW. If you want to hop on now, it is the best time. You will be at the start of WoW's timeline, as if you had joined basically day one, and you will get to experience it all from the beginning if you get in. Bro, come on, Alliance all the way. Listen, I like the aesthetics of Alliance, and I prefer playing a human, but we're doing Horde because we always go Alliance when I play with my friends, and we wanted to go Horde this time. What's Alliance? They're the factions in World of Warcraft. Half the player base plays the Alliance faction, the other half plays the Horde faction. And there are a bunch of ways it affects the story, your character, what classes you can play, who you can fight, who can kill you out in the world. Because the World of Warcraft is a world consumed by war. There's a war happening between two major factions on the planet. And your character, when you make your character, you choose which faction you're on. Are we on a PvP server? Yes. Yes, we are. Because why wouldn't we be? It's classic WoW. What's the fun in questing if you couldn't get ganked by a rogue in stealth any second? Yeah, in classic WoW, all the way up to Wrath, Thrall is Warchief, so the Horde's actually pretty based. But yeah, Garrosh and Sylvanas definitely lived up to the childish view that the Horde is evil. Actually, I've got a good meme that does a great job of representing how I feel about the Horde and the Alliance. Horde are evil. Average low IQ Alliance player take. Then there is the mid IQ. Average Horde player take. No, the Horde aren't evil. They consistently overthrow corruption and accept underdogs into their ranks for protection. Which is technically true. But also, if you're an enlightened Horde player, such as myself, you will recognize Horde are evil. This meme is so true. What a true meme. Oh. Thanks, YouTube. Anyway. Dude, my fucking ribs are sore today. Oh. Gotta massage my sides a little bit. Get my ribs to stop aching. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Ukraine. We've talked about Ukraine and the invasion from Russia quite a lot on this channel, and I've actually escalated my discussions of the topic a lot lately since obviously Trump getting elected has a pretty massive bearing on the state of the war there. But something that I've been constantly frustrated by is the fact that Americans, and even not Americans, but mostly Americans, have been fooled into this idea that our support for Ukraine is us simultaneously wasting money on a proxy war against Russia because our establishment just loves war and has a derangement against Russia, while simultaneously believing that the Ukrainians don't really want to fight anymore, and we're forcing them to fight, basically, and that withdrawing support for Ukraine would actually just speed up the rate at which peace is achieved, because if they just lose to Russia nice and fast, then I guess peace will be restored. This is a brain-rotted idea. Like, everybody who is right-leaning, and even a lot of centrists and some Dems, fall for this mindset. And a lot of big mainstream outlets on the right push these ideas that us supporting Ukraine is us spending money that should be going to Americans on a war that's just killing Ukrainians and leaving countless innocent people dead. It's a really lazy and stupid mindset, and I assure you, no one who pushes these ideas does so with a Ukrainian, an actual Ukrainian on their show. In fact, one of the pundits who has been spreading this basically Russian propaganda for years now is Piers Morgan, a technically centrist, but has really bought into the right-wing culture war stuff and is a massive proponent of it, English commentator. He's got a show called Piers Morgan Uncensored, has massive viewership. Getting onto his show as a political YouTuber to do a debate is a really big deal, and it is an especially big deal that not just some random YouTuber, but an actual Ukrainian advocate for her country has been invited onto Piers Morgan. How many of you guys are aware of Ukrainian Anna? If you're not, I'll go ahead and tell you. She is a woman from Ukraine who has made quite the name for herself talking about her country's status during this war, counteracting Russian propaganda, talking about her experiences. I believe her father literally was murdered by Russia in an airstrike on her home. This is someone who is not only actually Ukrainian, but also someone very close to this war and very much aware of what Russian occupation means for Ukrainians, who has actually managed to make their way onto Piers Morgan's show to debate both left-leaning and conservative anti-Ukrainian pundits, who are, of course, anti-Ukrainian for the same reasons, at least publicly. She's going to debate them. I've not watched any of this yet. I'm excited to see what bits of it we can watch, considering it is quite long, but I am really excited to get into this. I heard that she did great. I've not watched it yet, though, and I'm just ready to stop putting it aside, and I'm ready to get right into it. Hopefully YouTube doesn't try to, like, take my shit down because Piers Morgan is, like, copyrighted or something. It probably is. We'll see how much of this we can watch. If I have to cut it early, then it's because YouTube might not like me live streaming my response to a Piers Morgan thing.
Biden made this country and these people promises he could not keep. It's Biden's betrayal.
This war is not about America. This war is about our very long time, centuries-long oppressor trying to thrust us back under their control.
The book is not called Justified, why Russia had to do what they had to do.
Are you done with Russian propaganda?
That's all anyone ever says, is that this is Russian propaganda. But that's just a bunch
because
of crap.
Because it is. Are you getting money or not?
Oh, give me a break. No one in America cares about Russia at all, lady.
Can you shut up for a second?
Trump's main bluff is, I'll make this war much bigger if you mess with me. What if Putin says, yeah, go ahead? Well, then we're in a lot of trouble.
I've never seen you quite this angry.
Piers, I'm angry about hearing misinformation. Stop. You owe us $1 trillion in destruction of our country.
I like, Piers Morgan is honestly a great example of the brand of politics that is successful now. It's the TMZ-ification of politics. Like these flashy cuts and the crazy dramatic music. It's like watching celebrity gossip. It's all about the blood sports, the gossip, the drama, you know? This is what gets people invested into politics. It's what gets people into it. They stay for the politics. They stay for the ideology and the adherence and the loyalty, but they get into it for the drama and the blood sports.
We can stop talking about the risk of World War III. It's already begun. That was a chilling warning of 2 United States national security experts this week. And the evidence is certainly mounting. Syria, Gaza, Lebanon, Ukraine are all red hot. They're all regional proxy wars with the United States at their
Man, I guess they were wrong about World War III being fought with nukes then.
apex, whether most voters want it to stay there or not. Our debate has been focused on Joe Biden's disastrous decision to pardon Hunter Biden, his son, and the cover it provides for Trump's own clemencies. But Trump's war strategy will have much bigger consequences, and the world is awaiting his answers. He campaigned and won with a populist anti-war message, but now he's warning that Hamas will have hell to pay if it fails to release the hostages, and he has a cabinet with a bite to match his bark. Ukraine's President Zelensky now says that Ukraine will be prepared to cede territory in exchange for NATO membership, and NATO apparently agrees. But he won't make any decisions until Trump is back in the White House.
For those who don't know, one of the biggest one of the biggest W's that Ukraine could get right now is getting NATO membership. Ukraine or Russia is very unlikely to attack a NATO country. And if he does, by law, he incurs the wrath of all NATO members. Or at least most NATO members, if I'm not mistaken. And so getting Ukraine in NATO, even if it's in exchange for ceding some territory to Russia, they're not able to retake some land that's been taken by the Russians, is probably a better outcome than continuing to fight, because whatever they can secure, it's ideal to get, if they can get that in exchange for NATO membership, that's huge. And of course, Putin's biggest nightmare is Ukraine joining NATO. Trump could just pull us out of NATO, wouldn't matter. NATO, even without us, would be a pretty scary threat to Putin.
Putin may not be interested anyway. Many people...
I still don't think, ideally, Ukraine should have to cede any territory. I would like them to recapture Crimea. I would love to see Ukraine manage to push back in and retake Crimea. That would go crazy. That's the kind of shit I would like to see. But hey, the best case scenario that's possibly achievable is obviously ideal.
People think that a rapid retreat may provoke Putin and is the safest way back from the brink.
We've watched from the United States as the Biden administration has driven the U.S. ever closer to a nuclear conflict.
Ah, yes, a very trustworthy source. A guy who got sued, and in the process of being sued, we had text messages come out of him admitting he doesn't believe the things he reports on. A very reliable and trustworthy source of information, Tucker Carlson.
With Russia, the country that possesses the world's largest nuclear arsenal. It has accelerated ever since, and it's reached its apogee so far in the weeks after Trump's election. He's now the president-elect. In that time,
I don't care about this. I want to get to the debate.
But it is ongoing.
Well, joining me to debate all this is the author of Provoked, How Washington Started a New Cold War with Russia and the Catastrophe in Ukraine, Scott Horton, the former Navy SEAL who killed Osama bin Laden, Rob O'Neill, the host of the founder of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, and Ukrainian streamer and YouTuber, Ukrainian Anna. Welcome to all of you here. Let me start with you, Ukrainian Anna. First time we've had you on Uncensored, so welcome to you. I watched the interview with President Zelensky at the weekend, and I went to Kyiv 4 months after the war began and interviewed him and the First Lady. And he was resolute then that Ukraine would not cede an inch of territory to Vladimir Putin. And that was certainly the mood of all the people. And yet here we are, just over 2 years later, and there's no doubt that he is now countenancing the idea that Ukraine would cede the territory that's been taken by Putin in return for membership of NATO for the rest of Ukraine. What did you think of that interview that he gave?
What I think about it is there are certain realities that we have to contend with as people, and many people in Ukraine are of the opinion that Trump will, when he becomes president, push Ukraine to basically some sort of concession. And our job is now to somehow figure out how do we guarantee our security in the future and how we prevent Russia from attacking us again, which is something that most people think NATO membership is, because Russia is not in the business of attacking NATO countries. It's in the business of attacking Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, countries that are...
For reference, Russia is right now successfully overtaking the government of Georgia. Georgia's government has been basically Like it fell to Russia. Like Georgia's about to become, like via a violent war invasion related context, it's about to become basically a piece of Russia, a Russian buffer state of sorts. No, it's not really buffering against anything. But regardless, though, hey, Evergrado, good to see you. That's definitely a good point. I mentioned that before. Like, Ukraine wants to be in NATO. Russia does not want Ukraine to be in NATO. Anyone who does not want Ukraine in NATO and does not want NATO supporting Ukraine is in favor of what Putin and Russia are in favor of.
Outside of NATO's protection. So most people in Ukraine obviously don't want to cede anything because we know what happens in those occupied territories, and so does UN and many other organizations that gave their nod to the acknowledgement that there is a systematic torture, rape, abuse, deportations of Ukrainians, prohibition of Ukrainian language, culture, and all sorts of horrible things. And of course, nobody wants to abandon our people to that sort of fate, but also you have to kind of content with what our allies want and what is their decisions. So I believe in that sense that Zelensky is doing exactly that. He's acknowledging the reality of Trump's presidency and what will happen. So I think we should also wait and see what exactly Trump will do, because his plan has been discussed, but we don't know really much details so far. So I wouldn't jump into conclusions.
It's so nice to finally have an actual Ukrainian on one of these shows, because now we don't have to hear that bullshit argument of Ukrainians are dying, we have to stop supporting their war effort because if we keep supporting them, they'll keep fighting and dying. We're supporting their deaths, as if they are not begging us to continue supporting their war effort. This genuine concern trolling of an entire under siege country's population.
Right
no,
now,
I think that's right. And I think that, I'll bring Scott Horton in here. Scott, the thing about Trump is he is unpredictable. We don't know. Now, I talked to him last week about this. We don't know exactly what Trump's going to do. People keep trying to say this is what he'll definitely do. He'll give Putin everything he wants and so on. I don't think that's going to happen. But in terms of this deal that Zelensky seemed to be putting forward, where Putin would keep the land that he's taken, but that the rest of Ukraine would come under the NATO umbrella, do you think that's something that Putin would even consider as part of a peace settlement?
Oh, I really don't know. I certainly doubt that he's willing to accept anything that...
I can already tell this guy's pro-Russia. This guy... Anna was right in that pre-debate clip that we saw earlier. This guy is probably paid by Russia. Holy shit. Yeah, this guy's in the Kremlin's pocket for sure.
That would include even Rump, what's left of Ukraine joining the NATO alliance. I certainly hope that Trump would not entertain that. That's what this is.
What's left of Ukraine.
Been largely about, of course, along with the contest over who controls what territory inside the country, is preventing exactly that conclusion. I think it's a real dilemma because...
Have you guys noticed, by the way, that we're getting on 2 years into this war? And in all the last 2 years, these same folks have been saying Russia will beat Ukraine and Ukraine will fall within the next 3 months. Like these right-wingers that are anti-Ukraine or anti-support for Ukraine have been falsely predicting for over a year now the imminent fall of Ukraine to Russia, and yet they continue to hold out. They're taking land back from Russia in some areas, and yet they continue to try and it's this logic of if they continue to deny that Ukraine stands a chance, they can justify not supporting support for Ukraine. And once there truly is no chance anymore, maybe then they can cede this ground, but then they can finally say, well, now there's really nothing that can be done, right? It's just, they're playing for time, is what it feels like. So that once, it's actually too late, they can say, well, it wasn't before, but now it actually is too late, so nothing you can do now. And that's probably when they'll admit that this was all just for the sake of Russia and Putin. I think all these folks, just like the conservatives bragging about your body, my choice when Trump won, I think they'll wait. And if Ukraine does fall to Russia, they'll come out to say, oh, by the way, this is what we were in favor of. They'll come out and they'll admit it.
The Ukrainians, it's not just that Trump has won an election on repudiating Biden's policy and seeking peace here. It's quite frankly that the Ukrainians are just in no position whatsoever to reverse Russia's gains on the ground. Even the...
there it is. It's just Ukraine is imminently going to lose, like they supposedly have been for the last 2 years. We shouldn't support them because they can't possibly win, as they continue to hold back or hold out for years.
Biden administration admits that now. The Post, the Times, and the Journal all quote military experts saying that that truly is the case. So, in other words, Kiev and DC are in a position of weakness.
Kiev.
All
these people never say Kiev right. It's always Kiev. For those that don't know, it's pronounced Kiev. They're like at this point, everybody who has any knowledge of this issue should know how Kiev is pronounced.
Trump really has to threaten is more weapons sales and increase weapon shipments. But Biden already tried that. That didn't make the difference. And so I think what's going to happen is the Russians are going to keep probably all 4 of those eastern and southern provinces there. Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporozhye, and Kherson, and hopefully will not demand Kharkiv or Odessa. We can, stop it there.
Oh, and you're right. He's using the Russian pronunciation. Oh, shit. Wait, Redux, that's a good point. That's how Russians pronounce Kiev. Ukrainians say it Kiev, Russians say Kiev. Oh, that's a good spot, Redux. Good shit. I wonder if Anna picked up on that. She probably did.
And the Trump administration is going to have to get their messaging straight that this truly is a betrayal, and they admit it, but that it's Biden's betrayal. Biden made this country and these people promises he could not possibly keep. We're going to help you force the Russians all.
Oh, here's the concern trolling. The concern trolling is here.
The way out and all of these things. And all they've done is gotten a bunch of people killed, and then they lost anyway. And it's a real tragedy. It's not Trump's fault. Trump has to be able to have the political capital in this country to.
No one said it was Trump's fault. I'm pretty sure the war started under Biden. We're talking about whether or not Trump is going to fuck over Ukrainians by withdrawing the support that Biden's provided. Yeah, this guy's paid by Russia. This guy is literally in the Kremlin's pocket. I assume, like most people who live in countries that are USSR satellite states, and buffer states, they are very quick to spot Russian propaganda and Russian propagandists. They can smell that shit a mile away. I'm guessing that there are alarms in Anna's head right now that are blaring every time this guy speaks.
Say that, look, it is ugly. But you know what, Piers? He actually, and I don't know how he did this, he got Zalmay Khalilzad, the card-carrying neoconservative Straussian, to sign a deal with the Taliban to get us out of there. And yes, Biden absolutely.
For those that don't know, the woman here on the right is Ukrainian Anna. You can find her on Twitter, I think Blue Sky. I'm pretty sure she's got YouTube and Twitch too. Ukrainian Anna, spelled A-N-A. So definitely go check her out. She's pretty cool. She's doing good work for Ukraine, debunking Russian propaganda. Love to see it.
Botched the withdrawal. I could go on for an hour about that. But Trump was willing to say, you know what? We lost. We're not keeping the Taliban out, and we're going to stop trying now. And Biden, it was really the best thing Biden ever did in his life was agree with that, even though he botched the process of the withdrawal. And so it's the same kind of thing here. It is a real tragedy what the Biden administration.
I still maintain withdrawing from Afghanistan was one of the biggest L's, the biggest L Biden did. I would love to debate a lefty on whether or not the pullout of Afghanistan was good or bad. The people of Afghanistan didn't want us to leave. Yeah.
Has gotten the country of Ukraine into here.
Check. I mean, every part of me is I don't want to give a Russian dictator who's illegally, in my view, invaded a sovereign democratic European country that's been independent since the mid-90s. I don't want to give him an inch of that land that he's stolen with his murderous rampage. But there comes in war, I've got a lot of military in my family, there comes in war a cold, hard reality check, as Anna was alluding to earlier, where we are where we are. We can all be idealistic about what we'd like to happen, but the reality is that it is highly unlikely. Now, I think that Ukraine, without a massive extra support from the likes of America, which is simply not going to come.
Well, why isn't it going to? Why are we not in favor of that massive support then? Wait, you admit Ukraine can do that. It just needs support from NATO members like the US. So you agree it's possible. You're on the side of NATO not providing that support. NATO members not providing that support. So you've created a self-fulfilling prophecy of Ukrainian failure in this war by arguing we are against the help you need to win because without the help you cannot win. Like, what is the logic here? There are objective, multinational, like every NATO member, all of Europe has to gain from Ukraine winning this war and retaining as much land as they possibly can. Whether Ukraine joins NATO or not, Europe doesn't want Russia in its asshole like that, okay? Russian occupation of Ukraine is bad for all of us. Like, this is just genuine tactics. It's not, like, even if you don't give a shit about the Ukrainian people, if you are in a Western nation, you should not want to live under Russian occupation. You should not want Russia breathing down your neck like this. Ukraine is tanking for us right now. They're tanking the raid boss, that is Russia. Like, nearly single-handedly.
It is a case of Putin will probably be able to keep what he's taken. Is that your...
Anyone who's played an MMO knows what happens to the healers if they stop healing the tank. The tank dies, and all the threat is on the healers, and they get their shit rocked, okay? And then the DPS get wiped, all right? Like, we don't want to withdraw support for Ukraine. It's not good for anybody.
Your assessment, and is that right for the world that we give him this big win, which is effectively how he will portray it?
Yeah, that is my assessment. And so the reality on the ground is that when Trump won, we lost about 20% of Ukraine. Now, there's a good argument to be made that you had already lost that 20% of Ukraine and you were never going to get it back because of the military realities on the ground. So,
for those that don't know, like TYT and Cenk Uygur have been going to the right. Like, they're trying very hard to appeal to a right-wing audience. So I don't know if Cenk's going to be based here or cringe. It's really... It's a coin toss right now because they're in that transitionary period where they're trying to keep as much audience as they can while gaining as much conservative audience as they can. So we'll see if he goes like pro-Russia or pro-Ukraine here. He'll probably take some like pussy-ass fence-sitter middle ground position if I were to guess.
Oh, you know, this has been a very, very difficult question because the U.S. did push Russia too much. We did push NATO to its borders when we said we wouldn't. I understand all that. But at the end of the day...
No, we didn't. Nope. Ukraine is not in NATO. Ukraine did not do anything. NATO did not do anything that prompted Russia to do this. There's no reason behind Putin's actions at all. This is literally just imperialism, okay? Ukraine is not a member of NATO. They weren't gonna be a member of NATO. The conversations now about actually joining NATO follow the invasion. This is propaganda for Putin, whether he realizes it or not.
The Russians invaded, and it's not an anti-war position to start a war. So Putin is definitely guilty. Add on top of that 12,000 civilians killed. Add on top of that 20,000 Ukrainian children kidnapped.
Yeah, but he's doing exactly what I said he'd do. The fence-sitting, pussy-ass, spineless, centrist take. Because he's got to be anti-war, absolutely, but he also doesn't want to bite the bullet of admitting he's in favor of Russia taking Ukraine.
What's the answer? Is the answer to fight for the next 10 years, 20 years? Is the answer to cede ground to Putin? Well, that's also super dangerous. That's why this is an unsolvable riddle, because you can get the peace now by doing what Trump is likely going to do, which is Russia take 20% of it and Ukraine will not join NATO. But the next time Russia thinks about invading a country, they're going to think, well, we went into Georgia and took a chunk. We went into Crimea, took it all, when it was part of Ukraine. We went into Ukraine again, we took 20% of it. It turns out aggression.
Now Russia's just about to own Georgia via like government proxy.
Is rewarded, and Netanyahu's watching, and he's going to take a part of Gaza, and China's watching, and they've got the Uyghurs in the detention camps and the re-education camps, and the Russians have the Ukrainian children in the re-education camps. So this is really, really dangerous for the world, no matter how it's resolved.
Yeah, Rob O'Neill, you've been at the sharp end of some of the worst conflicts, wars of the last 25.
It's wild because like half of what Cenk is saying is like good, and the other half is cringe. He's like taking the most middle ground that he can take here.
5 years. Once again, thank you very much for your extraordinary service, not least in killing bin Laden. What is your overview of where we are here? Trump coming in, obviously he's going to change the dynamic. He proved in his first term he's not a warmonger. He thinks war, apart from anything else, is just terrible business, that it costs a fortune. The rewards are...
Did he not like literally like shake the foundations of the world and make people afraid World War III was coming when he like airstriked like an Iranian general or something? like who did he airstrike that was like a big deal general? That was like, oh, is it happening? Is it about to be World War III? Oh, no? Okay, good. Like, we thought it was happening for a minute. I didn't, but people did. Soleimani, yes. Yeah, Trump took out Soleimani. It was like one of the most out-of-nowhere, like, war hawk things that like, a president has done, you know?
Very low. The other side of that coin is, do you let a Russian dictator run into a European country, take what he wants, and just let him have it? What's your view?
Oh,
well, unfortunately, we're in a position where it doesn't matter why we got here. We're just here. And Cenk was mentioning Georgia and Crimea and invasion of Ukraine. That's all weak leadership on the United States. And unfortunately, when we have a strong United States, we have a more stable world most of the time. I mean, we did invade Iraq, and I disagree with that, even though I went there. But you're going to have to go to a position of negotiation. I mean, we did say we weren't going to push in NATO further east, and we did. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia. We were moving there, and now Ukraine wants to be.
Nope. No, we didn't. Nope. NATO never said they weren't going to expand. That's a lie. I don't know if this guy is on the anti-Ukraine side of things, but that's not true. Ukraine never promised not to expand. That's literally just a talking point that Putin and Russia used to justify the invasion. But they never promised that. And even if they did promise to never expand, why would that justify invading Ukraine, right? It doesn't make sense. It's twisted logic. And it's based on a premise that isn't even the truth.
Part of NATO, and you know, Russia doesn't want that, and you're dealing with big countries, but you're also dealing with big egos. And Vladimir Putin grew up in a part of Russia where part of the fun was chasing rats with sticks, and he found out what it was like to corner a rat, and that's kind of where he.
NATO exists because Putin is such a warmonger. Like we remember why NATO exists. It's because Russia is a problem. NATO exists because without NATO, there is not an alliance of countries ready for Russia's imperialism. Like, we're acting as though Putin is like the way he is because of pressure from NATO, when NATO exists because of pressure from Putin.
He is right now. He's been in charge of Russia since the early 90s, let's be honest. And he wants to save face with his people. He's lowering the conscription age to get people in there to fight. It's like he's not going to back out, but you can't let him take more. And I'm by no means defending him, but I also think that Volodymyr Zelensky.
I don't think he's in favor of Russia, but he is also he's repeating false claims. Like the NATO promising never to expand. I think one or two countries or representatives from countries in NATO, so they did not have plans for NATO expansion, but that is not the same as NATO coming to a unanimous agreement that they won't expand and promising not to do so. That never happened.
Zelensky's a puppet, and he's laundering money just like most of the people in Washington in Ukraine. That's why the whole argument in Ukraine is how much money people can personally make in Ukraine. And I hopefully think that Donald Trump brings a big stick. Also, he doesn't care about embezzling money like the United States is now, and whatever they're doing. But it's not a good situation. But we definitely need to turn. We need alliance solidarity, which we lost by leaving Afghanistan the way we did, and a forward defense. Right now, our Navy, which is the epitome of our forward defense, is under the Biden administration, is worrying about getting more transgender bathrooms and getting green ships, even though.
Okay, he's a retard. Pay no attention to the real politics and policy that the administration in charge of the country currently is actually doing. Focus on made-up culture war shit, like they're fighting for gender-neutral bathrooms or whatever. I love when these people scream about how the money we're spending on Ukraine should go to, like, fixing our roads and stuff, and yet you'll never hear any of them utter a whisper about the bit like Biden and Kamala Harris passing the biggest infrastructure funding bill ever. It's going to go into effect halfway through Trump's presidency, and he's going to take all the credit. Hell, like they don't talk about like the American Rescue Plan and all the programs set up like on the White House website, easily available to you to like seek out anything from like, are you a business owner that wants to give paid vaccine leave or paid time off for getting vaccinated from COVID or anything to your employees? The government will pay you. Are you having trouble affording groceries? Sign up for SNAP. Biden funded the shit out of that program. Are you having trouble paying for rent? The government will pay thousands of dollars of your living expenses in both food and housing. Like if you qualify. Like these are things that Biden and Kamala Harris have been behind that you have to work to learn about, because there's no money in reporting on this stuff, and you better believe there's no money in these conservative pundits honestly reporting on what good things that actually help the American people the current administration has been doing. So they train the American people to think about politics like retards, to think it's stupid, dumb, and simple, It's the same thing Trump does, where all of his policies are just slogans that mean nothing, so that his supporters think they're informed, but they're not. They're the opposite of informed. They think they don't need to do any more research, and they know all they need to know while having the opposite of knowledge. It's training people to be dumb and to not think too hard about anything about politics. It's just, the Democrats are just fighting for gender-neutral bathrooms. They're just training people to think about politics in the dumbest way they possibly can.
No, they're all nuclear, which is green. It's just, there needs to be some adults in the room and talk reality, because here's where we are, and someone needs to come to the table and talk to someone else, not worried about how much jewelry Mrs. Zelensky could buy in New York and the taxpayers dime.
Right. And how popular is Volodymyr Zelensky now with Ukrainian people, do you think?
I'd say pretty popular still. Most people consider him a pretty good representative of Ukrainian people and what we want. And pretty disheartening, I'd say, to hear what people say here, but I'm used to it. Surprisingly, Cenk, I agree with, in the sense that we can't allow Russia to continue get away with what they're doing, because that's what they have been doing. In particular,
I like that line. Surprisingly, Cenk, I agree with you. Yeah, Anna's aware of the path that TYT and Cenk Uygur have been on. The good Anna.
With annexation of Georgian territory and Moldova and Ukraine in 14 and now in 22 full-scale invasion. And nothing stops them then from fully invading Moldova or Georgia. They are already doing all they can to select people there as presidents and meddle in their elections quite strongly already. And if they can't do it with just hybrid methods of sabotaging the elections and making people basically install their puppets there, then they do sort of like a blackmail, then they do threats, and then they do annexation, invasion, terror, death, and all that we are having right now in Ukraine. And that's not.
And how would you describe? And how would you describe the mood of the Ukrainian people? When I was there, like I say, 2 years ago, to a man and woman, whatever age that I met, there was this steely resolve of, we've got to win this at all costs. But the cost has been enormous. So many cities just.
I mean, from what I have seen, and granted I want to hear Anna's answer, from what I've seen, I feel like the Ukrainian people have been motivated even harder to fight. They're not fighting out of pride. I'm sure there's some national pride to it, but at the end of the day, Russian occupation is awful. Especially historically for Ukrainians, Russian occupation is a nightmare scenario. Even if you had all the rights of any regular Russian under Russian occupation, things are worse for you than they are in current Ukraine. So Anna is the only actual human being on this panel. So true, Heavy Gretel. Very true. All four of these people I consider them like soulless husks. Their jobs are just tell people what they want to hear in a certain area in order to farm as much money as they can off of it. Anna is just a random person from Ukraine who's got a niche micro celebritydom centered around her advocacy and her anti-Russia propaganda stuff. Ukraine and Russia have been fighting each other since the 1400s, the 1400s. Yeah, I mean, the furthest back in the history that I'm super aware of is the Holodomor, and how Stalin starved out the Ukrainians because his poor management of Russia at the time, where he moved all the farmers away from agriculture and into factories to try to rapidly industrialize the USSR. And this resulted in a massive famine because there was a confluence of factors, and that was one of the biggest. There was also some natural disaster related things like just droughts and shit that hit at the same time. So problems on problems led to a massive famine called the Holodomor or famine event, I guess you would call it, in the USSR, called the Holodomor. And not the oligarchy, I guess, but the government of the USSR, Stalin, ordered that all the food be collected and rationed out. But who saw the majority of their food taken, and who saw the least amount rationed out to them? In most cases, the Ukrainians did. And so going back to at least the USSR, I'm aware of practically just genocidal actions that Russia has taken against the Ukrainians. So yeah, I imagine that this situation goes back a long way.
Destroyed, so many people killed, all these children being taken.
That wasn't even the first time they've tried to starve the Ukrainians to death. Not surprising.
And so on. Is there a mood now in the country that they just want peace, just want a deal, even if it means surrendering the territory that's been taken?
Well, nobody wants peace more than us. I live in a city that is bombed every day. My father has been killed. So, of course, we want peace. But that depends on what that peace is, because nobody wants peace without any sort of justice, right? And that is the problem, because we have to consider our now, obviously, right? Even if the fire stops. So let's say my city stops being bombed every day. That's a bonus for me, obviously, right? And for my family and for my friends. But how important is that bonus? Because it's a temporarily bonus. We have to think about the future, that other people, other generations are not going to go through exact same things we went through. And that's quite important to most Ukrainians. But the mood, of course, have been solid. As you said, people were more enthusiastic before, specifically because of the, I would say, lack of care and lack of commitment from our allies, particularly the incredible amount of limitations on our long-range strikes. For example, as you know, UK actually gave us the long-range missiles, Storm Shadows, I believe they're called, and we couldn't really use them because of the limitations that were given to us, primarily by United States and by Biden, by the way, himself, administrator.
Yeah, what she's talking about here is wild, by the way. Ukraine had everything it needed to practically annihilate Russia's fleet really close to the beginning of the war, and Biden only just gave the approval to Ukraine to use that long-range weaponry on Russia that would have allowed them to cripple Russia's naval presence around Ukraine very early in the war. They've only just gotten that permission, and so in a lot of ways, this war was like, there were several potential checkmates that Ukraine could have claimed, and like at multiple points throughout the war, and that was the first of them. And the only reason why it wasn't taken was because the US didn't, like, it's not even financial support. It was like giving the green light to Ukraine took so long. That's actually something that I'll criticize Biden for. Biden should have given approval for this years ago. Like a year and 6 months ago, like toward like 3 weeks into the war at the latest, Biden should have given approval for long-range weaponry to be used by Ukraine on Russia. Like, it's easy to say that in hindsight now, but had I known when the war started that Biden was holding Ukraine back, I would have been dropping more criticism of him for that. I would have been calling that out the moment I heard about it, because that's bullshit. Like, Biden only did that, only held back on giving the green light to save face. So, because like the war is unpopular with Americans, no matter how just it is. So it was a face-saving move that fucked the Ukrainians' chances of serious victory, like a long time ago and at multiple points. So that's a big Biden L, in my opinion. I think Biden is overall a W, but I'm not a sycophant for the guy. I disagree with his pullout of Afghanistan, how that was handled and done. Like, I think he should have just stopped it. I disagree with not giving Ukraine the green light to use long-range weaponry. I disagree with a lot of his rhetoric about guns. Like, obviously, Biden's not perfect.
His administration, at least. So in that sense, there has been a sort of demoralizing effect, of course, because of the lack of aid, inconsistent aid from both United States and also European countries as well. And it's hard to sustain that sort of like, I'd say, hopefulness and will when you are not confident that you will have means to fight with properly.
Yes,
and that, I would say, dampened the mood.
Yeah, I understand that. Scott, a lot of people have come on this show since this war started, and they've made the argument, which I know that you subscribe to, which is effectively the West and Ukraine goaded Russia into doing this by continually pushing for NATO membership, for NATO encroachment, and so on, as the Russians saw it. There's another school of thought that this could have been resolved diplomatically. That actually, yeah, you can take that argument. You can see there's merit to that argument.
No, Putin does not have reasonable demands he's making. That's not... This is not a guy who just wants to come to the negotiating table and figure out a solution. He doesn't have reasonable demands.
Certainly to a degree, but it doesn't justify launching a full invasion of your neighboring country. I mean, would you accept that the invasion itself didn't actually have to happen?
Yes, I have a whole section in my book about all of Putin's different options that he could have taken. The book is not called Justified, why Russia had to do what they had to do. It's called Provoked, how Washington started the new Cold War with...
Provoked. You see, Russia was provoked into invading a sovereign country. They were provoked.
Russia and the catastrophe in Ukraine, because the book is 700 pages of all of this going back to the end of the last Cold War. And with all due respect to the guy that shot bin Laden in the head, thank you. And with all due respect to this young woman whose poor country is being bombed to death and their opinions here, it's just not the case that what we have is
Oh yeah, I think this guy is one of the dudes who... I don't think this is the guy who shot bin Laden. Okay, so here's the deal with the bin Laden thing, all right? I'm going to tell you something related, all right? This guy is part of the team that took out bin Laden. This guy right here in the middle, he was part of that, like, operation. He went into that house and cleared it, where they found bin Laden, and one of the guys on like this 8 or 6 person team took the killing shot on bin Laden. Or actually, I think they got his son, and then the same guy who I think shot and killed his son, killed bin Laden after, and then they all shot him. And so this might be the guy who did it, but what I do know is that there are a bunch of dudes, like most of the dudes that were on that team have claimed they were the ones who killed bin Laden, and have like gone on Joe Rogan and all these podcasts, and they become like they become like memers about it. So I don't know if this is the Robert J. O'Neill guy who apparently did it. That is not Robert O'Neill. So yeah, I think this is just one of the dudes in the team who shot bin Laden's corpse in the face. So I think he did technically shoot bin Laden, but he's one of the dudes who shot his body after he was taken out, because they did that. And he's now like a pundit on the right, like grifting off of the credit for having been on the team clearing the house, backing up the guy who killed bin Laden, and technically did fire a double tap shot into him, but like he was dead. It was bin Laden's corpse that he shot. Just letting you know that, like, keep an eye out for these dudes. There's a few guys out there running like this conservative grift circuit that all call themselves the guy who killed bin Laden. So just letting you guys know.
It's a simple case of a Hitlerian, Putin-led Russia running roughshod and rampage, and the only thing to stop them is when tough, good guys like us stand up to a bully like him. For example, in a war that they both cited numerous times here today, the Georgia war was begun by the American sock puppet, Saakashvili. He launched that war and killed Russian peacekeepers.
This is all about trying to frame a criticism of Russia as a greater criticism of the West. This is a tanky talking point. Like, oh, I don't like Russia, I don't like Putin, but man, I mean, Putin did what anyone would do based on the provocation by the U.S. and by Western powers.
In his initial assault. And they lied about that, led by John McCain during the campaign at the time in 2008. But even the New York Times later admitted that, yeah, it was true, that was how that war started. And and part of his motivation to do that was that Bush, a few months before, had given him sort of a pseudo membership action plan for joining NATO. But you can't join NATO if you don't have settled borders. And Georgia had these 2 breakaway provinces under Russian protection. And so he was trying to reincorporate them so he would have a settled border so he could join America's military alliance, which completely blew up in his face and got a bunch of people killed. But that's just...
I don't know enough about that detail to refute it, but based on Anna's reaction, it sounds like bullshit.
Not the same thing as Putin wakes up every day scheming on how he can conquer Poland, and only America's threat of ultimate H-bomb annihilation is holding him at bay. It's just really not like that. It's much more complicated than that. And, you know, again, back to your original question, it's not to say that he's justified in what he's done, but it's like if you get in a bar fight and you're shoving a guy with a knife in his pocket and he stabs you, that doesn't justify, you shoving him doesn't justify.
Get into a bar fight. I like in his analogy, he can't frame it accurately as an aggressor targeting somebody who did nothing to them and attacking them with real provocation. There was no provocation. Kind of looks like Robert O'Neill. Is it him? Bin Laden kill squad team. Okay, who are the SEAL Team 6 guys? Okay, it could be him. Yeah, I think it is the same guy that actually did the shooting. Okay. Yeah, he is the guy that popped bin Laden. But there's a guy who was backing him up, I think, who is stealing his cred. They're stealing bro's credit. Oh man, he was a bit of a bulkier guy when he got bin Laden. That explains why I didn't recognize him. He had different facial hair, and he was a lot bulkier. Apparently, the only evidence we have it was him is his claim. But I assume his whole team backs him up. Maybe there's like, wait, do we actually not know for sure which of these SEAL Team 6 guys killed bin Laden? Like, is it all of them claiming they did it? That's actually funny, if that's what's going on.
By him stabbing you, but also you were shoving a guy with a knife in his pocket, and don't pretend like he just woke up this morning looking to pick a fight with...
You were shoving a guy with a knife in his pocket. What shoving was Ukraine doing?
With you. And one more thing here, a great example, and then I'll leave it, is the status quo in Crimea held from 1991 all the way through 2014. What changed was that, and there was a controversy over it. It's an extremely important Russian naval base there at Sevastopol and the rest of this. It was in controversy since independence. But the status quo held until the Barack Obama government overthrew the government of Ukraine for the second time in 10 years. And then the new...
Overthrew the government of Ukraine. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he's getting those paychecks from the Kremlin. That's for damn sure.
Regime immediately threatened to repeal and abolish the Kharkiv Pact, the agreement by which Russia was allowed to stay at Sevastopol. And it was only then that they seized the Crimean Peninsula. So it's not to say that, oh, it was perfectly justified for them to do so, but it is to say that it was Barack Obama and Joe Biden who picked that fight, and then it was Putin who finished it. And then this is a big part of the reason why the war in the East broke out immediately, was because when the dissenters seized buildings in the East, and including with some Russian...
You can hear him, like, really trying not to let, like, a Freudian slip happen where he admits that, like, he thinks Ukraine is like a invalid state or something. You can tell this guy does not consider Ukraine a legitimate state. He's let the dog whistles kind of slip out a couple times already, and I've picked up on them. This guy does not actually believe Ukraine is a legitimate state, and I hope that Anna asks him if he thinks Ukraine is a legitimate state, and gets a straight answer out of him.
Russian help, just like the Westerners helped the Maidan. They declared war against them. They overreacted at John Brennan's behest. We know this, it was reported in Forbes. John Brennan went there on April 12th. They launched the war on the 14th. And the reason they did that was because the coup had already blown up in their face in the loss of Crimea. Right. So they weren't about to tolerate this kind of dissent in the East. It's not Russian propaganda. I'm a Texan. I don't even read Russian or know what the Russians say about this stuff. This is the history of the world.
Oh, yes. I am a Texan from Texan Oblast. Praise Trump. Glory to America. We must back up Russia and stop supporting Ukraine. Too much money is going to supporting this war. We should be spending it on Americans. Yeah. I love when you see the Russian accounts on Twitter that all claim they're Texans. They always claim to be Texans. That's funny as fuck. Yes, I'm sure. There has never been a case where a Texan, or someone who claims they're Texan, has pushed Russian propaganda. Dude, Texas is basically little Russia in America right now.
I do. I speak Russian. That's my... Yes,
fine. Listen,
can I please interject with that?
Well, let me just say right here. Anytime anyone contradicts the party line on this, that's all anyone ever says is that this is Russian propaganda. But that's just a bunch of crap.
Because it is.
They're plagiarizing me,
you repeated it in
and
English.
I'm just speaking the truth.
Are you getting money or not? I'm just wondering,
break, lady.
At least they pay you.
I hope.
Give me a break, lady. You destroyed her, bro. I love when, like, a guy can't win a debate against a woman on the basis of facts or logic or anything, and now he's like resorting to this weird, like, paternalistic, like overtly misogynistic, let's just call it out, like belittling and dismissal, because he doesn't have an argument, so he has to dismiss.
It's all you have, because you can't contradict any of my facts, so you have to come up with this nonsense.
I can contradict everything you said. I
participated in my no one in America cares about Russia at all, lady. Nobody in America cares about Russia. Back in the days of communism, there were communists that did.
Can I please have a word? This person spoke quite a bit. We had given him a rooper to repeat Russian talking points and lies, blatant lies. So, you know,
okay, well, Scott, let Anna just respond to what you were saying, Scott.
A lot of bullshit was said, so it's kind of difficult to counter everything. Basically, it was not a coup. It was a revolution that millions of people participated in. The reason we participated, me included, I was 19 back in the day, it was because we had severe problems with corruption and a tyrannical puppet of Russia, Yanukovych, who refused to make a treaty with the European Union, which is what most of the people in Ukraine wanted, 60-something%, and especially younger people wanted to move away from Russian control, from Russians owning every single business industry in my country, and to have some sort of like laws and order, and also have some sort of democracy and liberty. That is what something people have in the West, and that's something that we did not have. So that was about, the revolution was about that, about students going and protesting and getting beaten up, and Yanukovych then going to Russia to essentially ask Putin, his buddy, how can he stop the protesters, which he then made dictator laws that prohibited people to effectively protest at all in this country. So we didn't appreciate that, and we went, literally millions of people participated in Maidan. That is not a coup. That is not something you buy for Obama or Nuland cookies. I'm sorry to say, never received a single cookie yet. It's been a long time. And yeah, all of that, when going to Georgia is a whole other thing, but that's just what Russia does. It creates unrest. It supports militias in the countries, and then it basically floods them with weapons, and it also applies its own soldiers to annex territory by the guise of protecting Russian speakers or any of that. Scott is a master, I believe Scott is the name, right? Here, but I am a Russian speaker from Eastern Ukraine. It's about as east as it gets in Kharkiv, and I didn't require their protection. I was never prosecuted. What they did is that they attacked us under the guise of protecting Russian speakers that was never prosecuted in this country, because half of us literally are Russian speakers who have been Russified back in the day by Russian Empire. So yeah, this war is about not about you I'm sad to say some things are not about America. It is wars about our very long time, centuries-long oppressor trying to...
I love how quickly he got to the brain dead mindset that I keep hearing from Russia brainwashed Americans. He might be one of them. He might be a literal propagandist paid by the Kremlin, for all I know. But like, man, I wonder... I don't want to break it up because what Anna's saying is so based. I'm going to rewind it in a sec to like let it play like more without an interruption. I'm going to see if I can find an example of this like Americans don't care about Russia or Ukraine stuff. Oh, man. I saw this really dumb clip recently, and I was hoping I could find it and play the clip. It's a clip from a popular podcast where one of the hosts, who's very conservative, very pro-Trump, does the whole, like, anti-war bit about how I want free healthcare. I want our roads to be paid for. I don't want to support a proxy war against Russia. We don't care about this. We want to take care of our own people. Like this talking point, and it's just some like middle-aged, well-off white guy from like Missouri or something who's so concerned about the U.S. supporting this war against Russia. I was hoping I could find that clip because it's so stupid, but it's such a good representation of the what it looks like to see a red-blooded American cucked out to Russia and not to even realize it. Like, they're fully convinced that it's either helping Ukraine or helping Americans. And they think that the people who want to withdraw support from Ukraine have any desire to help Americans.
Thrust us back under their control, and we didn't want that. People in Georgia don't want that, if you can see it by now, currently, by the revolution and the protests going on in the country, exactly for the same reason, because their corrupt Russian puppet government refused the people's will to be part of Europe. So it was never about NATO, because we never discussed joining NATO until Russian invasion. It was never even a conversation in Ukraine about joining NATO. So thanks for the lies, obviously. Also, yeah, they do have borders with NATO right now, and they had them before. Now it's even bigger. It doubled because Finland, in fear of Russia, joined NATO. That's why people join NATO, because they want protection from Russian aggression.
Okay, thank you.
NATO exists because of it provides protection from Russian aggression. That is why NATO exists as well. Very good arguments from her. She cooked there. Yeah.
Rob, you've been waiting patiently. It's interesting. I mean, I find with these debates, I learn a lot, but I'm not entirely sure where the truth lies, having just heard two very different versions of the history here. What would you like to say?
Well, I mean, what I like to say is
You know what would be really cool, Piers Morgan? Like, as a host who is moderating a debate, you know what would be super cool? If you or any of the employees that you have, like, live fact-checked the claims of your debaters, and after they've made a point, you interjected to, like, say, if the other party is not going to interject and debunk whatever point was made that you have now checked and ensured was not a truth, you can now call it out. Do you think maybe that would be a good way to run a debate? Like, actually caring about the truth? Because, like, this is not a real debate. I want to be clear. Like, Anna is here to do her best to counter-message Russian propaganda as an actual Ukrainian, and it is valuable that she is here, and it is good. But I want to be clear. This format, these types of debates, are not real debates. Like, not in the hyper-traditional sense, where it's like, the forum gathers, we're going to have a debate over a topic, and people will watch, and the one who can substantiate their argument the best will be the victor. Like, that's like the idealized, hyper-traditional idea of a debate. This is just fanfare, is what it is. It is for Piers Morgan to use the already existing platforms of his guests to gain a new audience, bit by bit, obviously. And it's also for Piers Morgan to profit off of the argument. I've never seen him live fact-check something. They just usually only jump to action when someone makes a claim about the show. Okay, so wait. Piers Morgan does have fact checkers, but they only jump to action if someone makes a claim that's false about his show. The last time debates were live fact checked was like the 90s and before. Yeah, it's because these debates, like, they don't do well because people watch them to find out who's right. They want to see the guy on their side win the debate. By any means necessary. That is how these go. I mean, that's even why we're here. We want to see Anna, who we're supporting, win the debate by any means necessary. And I think she has. But I want to be clear here that Piers Morgan is a hack. And I'll defend that take should I ever get invited on his show. I don't know why several of these explicitly factual-based claims. They're not opinion-based. It's not an opinion-based claim to make the claim that NATO promised to never expand, and they did, and that's why Putin invaded. If you claim that the reason Putin invaded was because NATO expanded, despite claiming it never would, then let's look up whether or not NATO actually promised to never expand. I assure you, if you look it up, you'll find they never made that promise. Why not fact-check these absolutist statements from both Anna and the opposition side of the debate? That should be the standard, and it's so frustrating to me. It's like so evident to me when I can see like these pundits who don't actually, they pretend like they're hosting these debates. They're like, we're going to come to the truth of the matter. No, that's not at all what's happening here. Hearing Anna was great. It was great to see an actual Ukrainian speaking on the conflict. Piers is always saying, I spoke to Trump last week. Cenk very rarely talks about Ukraine, even on his own show. Piers just brought him on in case he gets angry and it can be clipped. Real. Piers Morgan is the Jerry Springer of politics. True. Please ask Anna back. The world needs to hear her perspective. Anna curb stomped Scott. Thanks for any person like, everyone's just saying thank you to Cenk Uygur for not talking at all. Anna is literally 1,000,000 times more enlightening than any other debate I've watched in Piers Morgan. Seems to be the overwhelming consensus in the comments. Based! Hell yeah. That's what I like to see. Good shit. I don't know if Ukrainian Anna knows about me. I don't really expect her to, considering her country is being invaded and she's got more important things to worry about. But if she sees this, that is some good shit. And that was a great debate. Fantastic work. You love to see it. Keep it up. I recommend, if she hears this, I hope she continues doing more debates. That was awesome. And hopefully she goes back on Piers Morgan. People want her back on there. Anyway, guys. Go check out Ukrainian Anna if you haven't already. She's obviously great. And of course, if you want to see more from me and you want to support me, consider dropping a like. Every single thumbs up you leave on my videos and my streams does a lot to support my channel. It goes a long way to boost me in the algorithm. I really do appreciate it, every single one of you. And of course, if you haven't already, consider, I don't know, perhaps reaching out to leave a like and a comment and a sub. Follow my social medias, link down below in the description. Maybe if you want to support me directly financially and you can afford it and you feel like it, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live. Or perhaps you can support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, or even buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below in the description. Regardless of how you support me, though, thank you so much for watching, no matter what, where, and how. And as always, have a good one. Yeah, touch the hell out of that like button, bro. Hell yeah, guys. I think that's everything I have for us to cover today, but what'd y'all think of today's segments and today's stream overall? I feel like it turned out quite great. Good segus? Yeah, a lot of world politics stuff today, huh? A lot of world politics segments in today's stream. Good Segi, I wasn't there for the beginning because I wanted to chill in a hot tub. Hey, that's a good reason. Oh. It's all good, Noobifier. Sorry I missed all the Syria stuff. My day was insane. It's all good, Heavy Gretel. All good. Guys. I want to show y'all something cool. Are you guys ready to get some genuine...
Dunalley is...
This is gonna be like a good palate cleanser for the politics today. Are you ready for a wholesome news story? Meet Neil the Seal.
Dunalley is home to about 300 residents.
Morning, Neil.
And one of them, we're reliably informed, is a pain in the neck.
He's back on the road, back wanting attention.
This is Neil, the southern elephant seal. Wide and weighing in at 600 kilograms, he's hard to miss, particularly if he parks himself at your front door.
Someone lives here, mate.
The surly sea beast comes ashore several times a year, and locals are always very accommodating, but the fact is, now that he's 3 years old, he's developed a bit of an attitude problem, blocking roads, talking back, and picking fights.
He broke all my signs.
In Neil's defence, the signs started it.
Get out of here, Neil!
They're challenging him.
Sometimes, when Neil gets riled up, the authorities have to intervene.
Police versus Neil the Seal.
But his antics have amassed him a devoted fan base. 18,000 people follow him on Instagram, and this week he's taken TikTok by storm.
This is my son now, Neil, the 3-year-old elephant seal.
I think we've all adopted him.
But just know he's a scallywag, a silly little guy, and he enjoys breaking and entering into lawns that are not his.
Love thy neighbour, as the saying goes, even when thy neighbour is an absolute menace. Jacinta Lee, 7 News.
They're such dogs, dude. I love... They're such giant dogs of the ocean. It's actually crazy. I love seals. They're awesome. Neil the Seal's breath smells horrible because of all the fish. Oh, for sure. I've never been super close to a seal, but I like to imagine their breath does not smell great. I have no reason to assume it would. Have you seen how yellow their teeth are? While this is cute, we're also teaching animals to not fear humans. Yeah, well that one won't fuck off. So he's a member of that town now. He's around. Neil the Seal is a citizen of that town. I'd try to pet Neil for sure. Me too. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I would try to pet Neil the Seal if I went there. He'd be getting a little boop on the snoot for sure. Let's see if I keep my hand. I have a link for you. It's not a political segment, is it?
In the darkest chapter.
Bonhoeffer's Theory of Stupidity. This seems interesting, and I might watch it off stream, but I'm not trying to get invested in a big video right now. Not trying to do all that. That's a little much. I appreciate it, though. All right, everybody. Here's where I think I'm going to wrap things up for tonight. I really do appreciate all the kind words and support, as always, of course, but I want to tell you all, things are not over just yet. In a few moments, I'm going to be hopping into the Xander's Theater chat in my Discord server. It's a voice chat where we're going to get together. I'm going to be screen sharing The Walking Dead. We're going to have a watch party. It's going to be a great fun time. All of you guys in the Discord who join up in there are welcome to join. I'll be posting an announcement for it. So if you want to know the moment it starts or like as it's starting, you'll obviously get pinged in the Discord. But I highly recommend you hop into the Xander's Theater chat now because I'm going to be in there in just a few moments and we're going to be starting up in not too long. What episode? We're in Season 2. I forget which episode we're on, but Netflix will tell me when I load up the site. It'll show me like the progress bars. Anyway, guys, with all that said, I really want to thank you all for your kind support, your kind words. You're just coming out today and hanging out in chat, even if you're just lurking. I really do appreciate it. Y'all have been immensely kind and supportive, especially on the videos lately. I really appreciate you guys for getting me past 100,000 subscribers. The silver play button is being made. It'll be here when YouTube damn well pleases is when it'll be here. So we're still waiting on that. But with all that said, for the 50th time, I love you all very much. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for your support. And as always, I hope you have a good one. I will, of course, not be live tomorrow as it is my day off, but the day after tomorrow and the day after that I will be. So hopefully you can clear your calendars and I'll see you there. All right, everybody. Have a good one. Bye! Doo-doo fart.